to ask Tracy, because she did as much modelling. We didn't get through every little thing yesterday. We were hoping to get through all the smaller items to model them all and completely. But based off what we know so far, Tracy's going to give us an oversight about the various scenarios that we face and some of the, which we'll come to this afternoon after a decent break again, right? So, and James is going to talk procedurally about a couple of tidy-ups. Isn't that right? But before you do, thank you, sorry, before you do, these are long, tough days. We're all making decisions together as a team. And I just want to remind the room of a couple of expectations, which is to treat each and every one of us around the room with the same amount of respect, no matter the difference of opinion or political views that they hold. And I don't think that was always the case yesterday, so I ask people to consider whether they played any part in a disrespectful behaviour and put that to the back today. Also, distracting. There are some distractions that go on during the day. You know, all of those who've ever chaired at the front know exceptionally how hard it is when it's a sound funnel and all sorts of distractions just come straight at you and you're trying to give everyone attention. I would like to ask you to please listen intently to everybody who's debating, because their debate is equally worthy of your consideration. And that includes staff as well. So I do think, no disrespect, but we don't need any side conversations during debate. I do provide long breaks. So if any councillor wants to sidle up to a staff member to ask for clarification, that's absolutely part of the process and fine. Just please don't do it during questions and debate in a way that disrupts anyone else, because the information should come to us all in any case. So I just ask those two things. Respect for each other, be attentive to the debate and discussion today, and I think we'll get through the day expediently, because we don't really want to expand into another day, so let's do this. The good thing is that I think there was lots of really good, there was a lot of richness in the debate and a lot of good points made and some really good compromises reached between parties. And I think that's good, because that's politics, that's about listening, that's about forming opinions together. So let's have a good day today. Thank you, everyone. James.
I'm actually not going to clarify anything yet, because I've still got a few moving parts, but Tracy can still talk you through where the numbers are shaping up.
All right, good morning everyone. So what I just thought I'd do, there was a lot, as everyone's mentioned, a few moving parts yesterday. So I thought I'd just remind you of all of the decisions that you made, obviously for the purposes of financial modelling, and then I will show you what those results are. So if you just bear with me, I will go through them a little bit in detail, just so that you're all very clear of what you voted in and out. So we started off with the $136.4 million of capital deferrals that we shifted from years 1 to 5 outwards. We took out $27.5 million of renewals. We took out $10 million of the Strategic Property Land Fund. We moved $74.4 million of the Southern Wastewater. We kept in year 3 $1.44 million for Nature in the City. We deferred $10 million more in years 1 and 2 for further deferrals, and then another $40 million on top of that from years 3 onwards. We put back in Claude Lynn's power, so 100k in the first year and 500k in year 2. The pool inspection targeted rate was kept in the base. We added back in $608,000 for community funding. We put in new spending for Te Papanui in year 8 for $6 million. We took out 112k for Te Waka, but we put back in 50k in year 1 and 2 for cat desexing. We added an extra revenue, 750k and 440k for the bid, but then added in 150k in years 1 and 2 for extra costs. The parking revenues, years 1 and 2, took out $1.3 million, and the 10.5 savings on personnel was taken out and replaced with $1.4 million for the enabling services, but consultants is kept in from year 2 onwards. So we took out the 10.5 savings personnel that we had, replacing it with $1.4 million of enabling, but kept in the 10% of consultants from year two. Year two. Per year. Yep. Okay, does anyone have any questions or think I've missed something?
Questions on that? Very good summary of me, thank you.
All right. Yep.
The 10.5 though. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah. So we left, left the 1.3. Yep.
Savings in.
Yes.
Did that make sense, sorry, because you were talking.
Not
Okay,
quite.
so
slightly
the
out of it.
consultants the consultants part of both stayed the same. So we've left that, and remember that was already in the base anyway, so there was no change to this consultants part of it. The change that we made was to the personnel side of it.
Yes, and the value of the consultants,
It's 1.4 for the first year, but keeping in mind, you asked for 10% of consultants. 10% of consultants every year is different because we add inflation to that. So on average, it's about $1.4 million.
thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Nigel Rowe?
Just checking, I might have missed it, Tracy, sorry. Did you mention reduced DC revenue, or was that from the day before?
That was already in the base, and that was part of the suite of changes that we had done to bring the 19.2 back to you as our starting point.
It included
Yes.
the recommendations from the first day?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah. So it was already part of the base.
all right, thank you.
Okay. So Amy, if you can please put up on the screen. Okay. So we've done two versions of this modelling for you today. So this is the MES version of keeping year one at the 16.5%. So you'll see there what we've done is year one 16.5, year 2, 3, 4 and 5, we're dropping it by 1%. And then in year 6, you'll see we're at 9%. With the MES version, you'll see in year 3 in the debt to revenue ratio, we're still at 275. So it's a little bit tight. And then in year 7, we're back up to the 275 as well. So you'll also see down the bottom, and this you'll need to note this for when I show you the next one, the difference. So it's the debt capacity that you've got, the 42, the 49 and the 28, and what that looks like. And then of course what we've also done for you at the top there is to show you that it's $9 or $8 as the median rates increase per week. Okay? You'll circulate. Yep, in a minute, yep. I'll release it in 2 secs. So the second version is Councillor Ewan's version. So Councillor Ewan wanted 18.5% in year 1, and then we've dropped years 2, 3, 4 and 5 as lower. You'll see there the crunch point in year 3 as compared to the MES one is no longer there, but you'll see in year 7 you're still at the 275, so it matches up for that. This is where you'll notice the debt capacity. So that's the main difference between the two, because it's that bringing in that cash, bringing in that revenue right up front, and that makes the difference between the two scenarios. And then you'll see that the median rates increase for that, starts at the $10 and then moves to 8. Over the 5 years between the two scenarios, they're identical. They average out at exactly the same thing. So it's about 14.5, 14.4 between the two scenarios over the first 5 years.
3 years, which pays, is there a reduction in interest?
Yes, so that is the difference between the two. So for the first year, it's about 245,000 extra interest for year 1 due to the revenue in for the 18.5 compared to the 16.5.
Years, approximately 1 million in saving in interest, and you get the better debt capacity.
Yes.
Thank you.
Question, and I don't have to answer it now because I'm pretty sure you won't have modelled it. But if it's, and I'm still dedicated to finding ways to stick to the 16.5 if I can, but if there was, you know, I love the spirit of cooperation, I'm all about cooperation and compromise. if there was a compromise amount between Ewan's expectations and mine, would you be able to model that at some point later on?
I've already done it.
Oh, excellent. How speedy is that?
Yes, so at the compromise between the two, so if you did 17.5, so literally 1% between the difference, works out again to be the same thing over the first 5 years. Releases at year 3 a little bit, so it takes it down to the 273 as opposed to the 275. Very similar to the 10, 8, 8, 7 and 7, so similar rates increase per week, and just drops that debt capacity, so 61, 69, it drops it to 52 and 60. So that, again, that's where the difference comes in, is that debt capacity, and probably the interest would be a little bit less.
On all of those scenarios, it's balancing the books in 3 years, aren't they?
All of the scenarios are always balancing the books in 3 years. Yes, and again, even with this scenario, with the 17.5, year 7 is still at 275. So, yeah, keeps the same.
Councillor O'Leary?
Thank you.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Thank you, Ms Southgate. Just a question on waters. Mayor Paula foreshadowed quite a while ago that even though we've put it back in, could we run a shadow budget showing at least an estimate of it out? So we haven't done that. Can we show that still? Because we know what it was like with waters out in year 2. Just to look at what those numbers would look like?
So no, we can't. And the reason why, when we were modelling this back in November, December, we had literally 2 scenarios that we had going. One with waters in, one with waters out. There is too many change. I mean, it's possible to do, but it would literally be a week's worth of my staff's work to do it, because we'd have to restart it all over again and then pull it all out.
Is that because we now have completely different looking numbers?
Completely different looking numbers, completely different capital program, and all of those sorts of things going into it. It was a lot of work for us to do. So it's possible, but the difference, I think you'll find, will still be very similar to what it was back in November when we did that original modelling, and it was 6% difference.
So
We need to recirculate that, but, do you want to carry on with your questions? No. I'm still dedicated to finding a way of transparently showing the public what our budget looks like at those pinch points with waters in and out. And I understood, and I did have a recommendation. It got shifted around a weeny bit, but I'm still keen to be able to put in front of the public, even you said, Blair, that you could provide the high-level assumptions, and we are providing information to DIA. We did in the last term. What can we provide that shines a light on?
Mayor Paula, I guess, and we've heard you, I think the biggest issue we've got, or one of the large issues that Peter Winder talked about, is we don't even know the tax status of the entity, which would significantly change those numbers. So whilst the team could come up with some numbers, they'd be very, very rough and almost misleading should the bill come out in December and have information in it that would alter those numbers significantly.
I also asked for the cost of doing business now and was told yesterday that, that was difficult to provide. The bit on the back of the rate bill that says waters, that's only OPEX, isn't it? The bit the bit we show the public that we're collecting off them on the back of the rates bill
Largely.
is
And what we are working towards in our program to move towards response for water is to put together a separate business unit within council which can pull in all costs by the end of, or the start of the next financial year. So that is what the team are working towards, but there's a lot of unknowns in that.
So I had a recommendation, and Sarah, you had a recommendation that was time dated about when the cost of water would be shared with council. Where did that go?
It's just, it was still in there, wasn't it? Yeah, it was just, you asked us to do the work, which I said yes we could, but it'll just take us a few months to do.
But didn't you propose a date?
So for our preferred model.
Yeah. September, I think you said.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll
agreed
hold
to.
that conversation now. But I still think, given I still would like to understand what weren't questions, sorry. I still would like to understand what information you can put before us and the public through this time of process so they fully understand. Any other questions on that, Angela?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, because I did interrupt, Deputy Mayor. Anything else?
Thanks. Just a couple of questions to staff. Could staff just confirm what our legal obligation is in terms of presenting the LTP with the figures versus in terms of water assets being included versus taking them out? Just clarification.
By law, this LTP is presented with waters in, and we are audited as if waters are in. So anything apart from that would be looked at extremely unfavourably by the audit.
Right, thank you. In terms of stripping out, in the case of a CCO, the ratepayer would still be receiving the cost for the infrastructure and the water OPEX related costs, but they would just be getting a separate invoice. So the ratepayer would be paying at least what they're paying, if not more.
There will be a separate charge from that entity to the consumer.
And ultimately, if having moved those assets off into a CCO, council's balance sheet would look better, but the overall debt underwrite by the ratepayer for both the CCO and council would be pretty much the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bitter.
Tracy, could you just double check my maths, because some of the decimal points are a bit blurry. I get the compounded rates increase over 3 years, and the mayor's one of 55% and over 5 years of 100% increase.
I didn't do that calculation. I just averaged the rate increase over 5 years.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just double checking, did we have the option to delay the LTP process to include waters? To wait for more clarity on waters, rather?
There was an opportunity for you, Madam Chair, to earlier in the process to have delayed our long-term plan by a year. That would have meant doing an enhanced annual plan this year, and then doing the long-term plan next year. That opportunity was quite a brief one, which expired, I think, at the end of April. Yeah. And at that point, there was a lot of uncertainty around sort of how much we would actually know as there still is, but even more uncertainty around how much we'd know in a year's time, and whether buying ourselves a year would actually help us at all.
Yeah, and we chose not to take that option.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'm going to restate my question just to be absolutely clear. That, here we go. So, are you aware that my question was not to remove waters, but to simply show what it would look like eventually when we have a new entity? Are you aware that that was my question?
Yes.
Thank you. Wasn't asking for it to be removed.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Tracy, LGFA are the ones that set the limits on the debt to revenue. And I know that we've been in discussions with them around a range of different scenarios, and that LGNZ, mayors, etc., have been lobbying to increase the debt to revenue for growth councils specifically because of the pressures that these numbers present. I know that that isn't today's scenario, but what do we know about where those talks have gone to?
I can take that question. So there are conversations with the LGFA that I'm having as a member of the Shareholders' Council. have spoken directly to the board as a group. There currently is the ability to lend to CCOs, but the structure of a water CCO is going to look different, and the likely debt covenant for a water CCO will be potentially a lot higher if they can work through who's going to guarantee those borrowings. From a Growth Council perspective, there's conversations with the LGFA about working towards enabling growth councils to access a higher debt to revenue, but the details of that hasn't been worked out. It would largely fall on having the LGFA, if they went forward with this, they would require shareholder approval for the owners of LGFA. So that's all the councils. And if the debt to revenue was increased, the first conversations that I've heard have been they would want to have a look at our long-term plan to make sure that the increased borrowing was going to be put towards core infrastructure as opposed to other type spending.
And that we wouldn't have any difficulty after these discussions in these 3 days being able to demonstrate that that would be legitimate.
That's my view.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Councillor Taylor.
Mayor Paula. Tracy, just further to Councillor Bidder's question, is it possible for us to get the compounding impact of both the Mayor's rating scenario and Ewan's rating scenario distributed to us at some point, modelled for us? And thank you.
Sorry, just on 2 or the 3, now that I've given you 3 options?
Oh, you've given us one there, and a compromise. Probably all 3 if possible. Be
sure.
Wonderful, thank you.
What a great compromise.
Can I just foreshadow that I'm likely not to put a motion that's going to put stress on staff in the short term, but I do feel I will be putting a motion around bringing some of the information around current costs of water and at least the current costs of water towards the end of this year. So I'm just work that up in one of the breaks, if you don't mind. Work with staff on something that might work in the break. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I've forgotten where we are now. All right. So have you, is that it, Tracy?
Yes,
That's your-
Amy's going to send the 3 scenarios around and I'll just model the
Brilliant.
compounding one as well. Yep, no worries.
That was extremely helpful, actually. And so now you can see that's with the assumptions in, and we've got a few more things to decide upon. Just beware, if you put extra projects in, we're going to make a difference to this. Right. If you want to go to, we're going to the Creative Partnerships Funding Agreement. That's you, Angela.
Yeah, it is. But can we leave it, because I still need a bit of, there's some that have concerns of where I'm taking the fund, which is the Community Services Grant, and I've spoken to the General Manager around the other idea of taking it from event activation, and well, we could do questions, no, let's just leave it.
Well, I
Can we leave it till after morning tea?
I can leave it till after morning tea at the best, but we're going to have to.
Unless
go-
we want to just deal with questions now, and then I can formulate the final bits of the motion.
I think it would be better if you have it in the order that you're comfortable to present it, and then we take questions there. So I can leave it till afternoon, morning tea,
Yeah,
but I can't keep putting
I don't want
it
to
off
waste
too much.
time with something
So is
that's
that the
not quite
whole
ready.
suite of 1 to 4, Angela?
No, just the
Just that.
partnership agreements, that's the only funding one.
Okay, excellent. All right. So can we then do? And I wonder if
Procedural question. Surely, in light of some elected members, including the Mayor, hoping that we would have been finished yesterday, surely this work should have been done by now.
it's mostly done, as I understand, and if it's, I will only defer it as far as we get through the rest. So there's a little bit of flexibility always in every day, and I'm just allowing that flexibility to occur. So we will go now in, and I was going to ask you if you could be expedient potentially and bring the 3, 4 and 5 together in the same discussion, please.
I'm just trying to get sent an email round, so I won't be bullied into hurrying. Just one moment, please, while I
Mayor Paula, point of order. Disrespect. There was no implication that I was bullying. The Deputy Mayor's just gaslighting. She's trying to grab attention to herself.
Okay, stopping now, because she didn't mention any name, she was just getting some time.
Mayor Paula, I was the only one who spoke.
All right. Well, I
So
would like to
I'm
remind
hoping that
both
you're-
of you.
I'm
Excuse me,
hoping you're going to be
excuse
impartial,
me,
Mayor Paula,
but
today.
it's also disrespectful to talk over me when I'm talking about a point of order. I think avoid the word bullying, please, Angela, unless.
I'll avoid the word bullying when I feel bullied, yeah. Sorry, I just can't find my
And
notes.
look, but in this instance, trading insults is not going to take us forward. So let's
find my
go
notes.
back to what I reminded the room in the beginning about respect for each other. Let's go. So let Angela have a moment to put her head around it, and let's go into the items. Are you comfortable with that, Angela?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find mine. Right, I found my notes.
Excellent.
I take copious notes. Okay, so there's 3 here from Councillor
Excuse me.
You see?
Okay.
It's the
Excuse me.
behaviour.
Just
It's just...
outside the chamber. We are in listening to Angela now, and I would like you to give her full attention.
Gathering her thoughts. Is she ready?
She is ready. She had started.
Excellent.
Please.
Thank you so much.
Please breathe.
It never ends. It never ends from you guys. Anyway, so art and infrastructure
Excuse
policy.
me, I'm going to call an adjournment of council. If we could all meet in the tea room, please.
Oh, really? Really?
line, it has bumps in it. Let's reset and have a good morning. Angela's just about ready. Before, and this combines your consideration. We're doing three.
This is the only financial one.
This is the creative.
There's no net impact.
This is the creative infrastructure fund one.
Yes.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought we were doing 3.423. It's okay. Cool. Excellent. Off you go if you're ready.
Do you want me to just start debating, or?
I would like you to explain what.
Oh, in
no,
case
you-
there's
as-
questions?
Yeah, so that you can explain what you're trying to achieve here.
Yeah.
and- Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just wait for it to go up on the board. All the motion is seeking, so there's no financial impact. We're just, and sorry to the general manager of how we've ended up having to do it for now. This is just a result of the submissions that came through from the arts organisations around the issue that we had in the funding, recent funding rounds, where some of the people that I think the theatres and Creative Waikato that should have had a partnership agreement didn't have a partnership agreement. It was an error. And this tidies it up and acknowledges it for future years as well. And has no impact on funding.
Give everyone a chance to have a look at that because it's newish. Yep, just a minute. One moment, if I may. I'm just reading it myself, just to make sure. Just hang on a second while I finish reading the. Okay, cool.
Approves an increase of 1%.
So questions. Is there a?
Oh,
There's. To do it from the chair, Sarah. Are you moving this with?
130.
You potentially a foreshadowing amendment.
We negotiated, and we're just making amendments. Amy's, I think, improves. So the bottom needs to be 130,000 for D.
She's
Yeah.
got. Oh, the second 130,000.
The,
Just want to make sure it's correct before I take
Yep.
questions, if that's okay.
and B, the 30,000 there needs to be removed.
Is that
Yeah.
correct?
So B.
Can I just
There we go.
direct? No. No, thank you. No, you'll just wait patiently for a moment, please, Ewan. Is that correct, your motion now?
Yes. 50 for Clarence Street. I just emailed it. 50 for Clarence, 50 for Meteor. Yep, that's it.
Okay, excellent. Let's have some questions about it. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. A question to Tracy, if I can. Tracy, I understand from the mover that there's no new money.
Yes.
Just walk me through how there's no new money.
So that's what that D's doing. So obviously we have that major event acquisition fund. So all we'll be doing is obviously dropping the budget for that one and creating a new budget or putting an increase in budget in Clarence Street, Meteor and Creative Partnership. So all I'm doing is moving money from one place to another. No effect overall from a budget. It's just been really specific about what they want to spend that money on.
Right, and so I guess a question now to Helen. Helen, is sorry?
Janet.
Janet. Sorry, I keep forgetting whose role it is. Sorry, Janet, you've got my back, but the mic's this way. Janet, can you point to me where our policy is regarding this? It seems that we had a policy and a process. We're sending a significant directional change in the allocation of funds. Walk me through how this is captured in our policy.
Can I just jump in and just ask the Deputy Mayor for clarity? You're not talking about the major event sponsorship fund.
No.
You're talking about in my memo, the major event acquisition and activation fund.
Yes.
That was in those potential savings.
Yes.
That's actually in Sean Murray's area, so for attracting events to H3
Yep.
sites. So Sean, do you want to talk about that?
Yes, I can. I'm not sure it's Councillor Wilson's actual question, though, at this point.
Okay, the more I'm, yeah, that's really helpful. Sean, we have an activation fund for attracting events. And what has that fund been used for in the past?
Previously, we've used that fund for any bid activity that we undertake for major events. And when I talk about major events, I'm talking about usually events that may be global in nature. So sometimes we have to do competitive pitch for things like the FIFA Women's World Cup, Cricket World Cup, and All Blacks Test. HSBC Sevens are past examples. And the fund has actually been used for city hosting obligations, leveraging opportunity where we can leverage with media activity as a result, hosting that may be required during the pitch process and also during the event themselves, should they occur. So it's sort of incidental funding. The fund is not predicated specifically for H3 venues, it's for the city at large in terms of what we put into it. So if you think back to the FIFA World Cup, Women's World Cup, where we had city bunting, city activation, things with schools, different speaking events that were all leveraged off it and so forth. And quite often they are a prerequisite when we are doing a pitch for a major event of that nature, that the city actually provides that sort of hosting and welcoming service and support.
Thank you. So in your time on council, has that fund paid dividends? Has that been a useful tool?
In my view, it's paid huge dividends, and just look at one event, look at HSBC Sevens and what that delivered, or even FIFA. Yes, I believe it has, and without that fund, to be clear, we probably wouldn't be in a pitch situation.
Right, thank you. And in light of the motion, and it's new, because it's new to all of us, could I have your view? This is taking that quantum, does it take the entire quantum of the fund?
No, the fund value is $225,000, so that would
leave 95,000.
Just under 95,000 left in the fund.
So in light of the 95,000, so did you underspend the 225 last year?
No, I'm just trying to recall, we usually expend it, but we have had some years where we have underspent and released the fund back, released any back as a surplus. So we don't use it all the time.
All right. So in your role as GM and head of H3, you're comfortable in having the event bid fund reduced to just 95,000?
I'm accepting.
Okay. Will there be, is there a risk as a result of this significant reduction or reallocation that we will either miss out on events or not be able to leverage them to the level that we have historically and enjoy the economic benefits that come from these events?
Yes, there is a risk. What I would say, however, is that if we had time and there was a substantial opportunity that we felt we had a good case for, we would probably come to council for a separate funding agreement if we had time. The issue that we quite often have, however, with these things is we don't always have the luxury of time with which to respond. So it's hard to know what's there. Apart from the upcoming English cricket test coming through, we don't have anything major on the horizon that we're aware of right now that this fund would be activated for beyond existing commitments.
Right. But if you had to do that, you would simply find funds from somewhere else, or would it be new funds that have to be found through the Finance Committee?
It would have to be new funds found through the committee.
Right. So on the face of it, if we support the transfer, we're exposing ourselves to a potential risk of you coming to us with an event opportunity that we would have otherwise had funded but would have to spend money that we're not going to currently budget in the LTP.
Correct, there's a potential
you.
risk.
Councillor Donovan.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Ewan Wilson has asked pretty much 99% of everything I was going to ask as well. So I'll probably just echo it with a question. Sean, what's it like going to the negotiation table without having all of the tools in your toolkit?
Not always that easy, but I have to say, with the resources that we have to hand right now, we are already going to the table without a lot of the resources that other competitive bidders have. However, we do find a way. So that's normal for us to go without all the tools that others have.
Councillor Thompson.
Could we please confirm, in terms of the amendment around level of service reductions that was debated on day one from memory, did that include the full removal of the Major Event Acquisition Activation Fund?
Yes.
Yeah, the amendment that was debated.
Yes, it did.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor, oh, sorry, you have another question?
I did have another question. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Sean, in light of the potential decrease in funding, will this also impact on your staffing levels?
No, it won't. We don't have any staff assigned to this work specifically anymore after Future Fit. So the bid processing and other action we swallow up within our existing resource in H3, and between much of it's done by my EA.
But if we've got less events coming to the city, then are we going to have less staff required to work in those events?
No, not specifically. It depends how events sort of hit us. Sometimes operationally we breathe in and we breathe out depending on what's going on, and that's sort of been how we've operated as H3 with our various budgets. So if there was a major event like Women's World Cup that we had recently, we breathe out and we take in some fixed termers or part-time staff to cope with that, but then they move out. So we try to keep our costs as variable as possible because events are very erratic. They are up and down.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
I do, Rove.
Thank you. Sean, just something that Councillor Sarah touched on. So this amendment, you said, leaves some funding. Sorry, I can't look at you at the same time.
That's okay.
This amendment leaves about 95,000 remaining. That compared to nothing at all from an operational point of view. Just how does that work? You know, you've got some money to start with, and if big events turn up, then go from there?
If it's not sufficient, then I need to come back to council if we think it's an opportunity that we should be pursuing. But
And if the fund was actually zero, what would happen then?
same. So basically, if there was something that came up that we felt the city would be wanting to look at seriously, we would still have to come to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Have questions for both Sean and Deputy Mayor Angela, I think. Sean, first, I'll go this way first. Sean, in terms of the Major Events Fund and attracting events, it's not kind of linear, is it? It's sometimes you get need to do quite a lot of work, and other times you need to do a lot less, or you're doing work, but there's a lot less on the horizon.
Yeah, yes, look, it comes and goes. It's ebbs and flows. And there's always a lot of stuff on the horizon, but a lot of it is out of our game park. So
and you were saying to me, I think you said, no, I don't want words in my mouth. Did you mention to me that in the major events field at the moment, with the economy being quite hard, there has been a small slowdown?
Yes, there has been a slowdown, without a doubt. But this fund, we tend to look at things that are the really big things, the really big global things. So, as I say, that comes and goes, and sometimes it's busy, sometimes it's slow. Sometimes stuff just comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Or an opportunity where there might have been something fallen over somewhere else And the HSBC Sevens was a good example of that, where we will respond really fast to jump into a gap
Okay,
if we can.
I understand that.
Mayor Paula, can I suggest we have an adjournment? Because I'd just like to check the answer to the question that Councillor Thompson asked around whether this was reduced in the discussion the other day about the reductions of levels of service.
We will.
Because I think there's been a bit of confusion around, because of the name of the funds compared to the sponsorship, major event sponsorship fund. I'd just like to check all that so that we're absolutely clear.
Absolutely, Lance, we can do
Yep.
that. What I'm suggesting we do is just go through the questions, because we do want to give Angela the chance to put a clear motion. Angela, can I ask you a question? The intent of this, because you've become the culture ambassador and you've spent months now out in the cultural scene, right? The intent of this is recognising the huge value the creative sector economically and otherwise brings to the city. That's what you're trying to achieve here, is to
Yeah.
support them to not go backwards?
And they had partnership agreements, and then for whatever reason, the change in policy and some errors were made and they don't have partnership agreements. So I'm trying to right that as well.
So, and given that we haven't got a lot of extra money, you're trying to do it in this way at the moment, is to put them back where they were in a partnership agreement with council.
Yep.
Is that your intention?
That's it, yeah. Yep.
Councillor Wilson,
Yeah,
and then
thanks.
we'll have a break.
Can I have one of our staff help me understand what costs would be incurred by creating partnership agreements, both in terms of staff time? Secondly, what funding would have to, other than the quantum that would be taken from one spending pool to the other, but what other ongoing funding obligations would incur, and what duration are we putting on this new partnership agreement?
Janet, do you want to talk about that?
The staffing costs, Councillor Wilson, would initially, for establishing this grant, would be absorbed in the current team. We have a relationship with those organisations regardless of how their funding's allocated. And to some extent, maintaining those relationships and those agreements in the proposed way is more of a budgeting mechanism because all of these organisations have previously had funding and stakeholder management administered through the team.
All right, thank you. I don't think I quite got the answer to my question.
So it wouldn't be any additional to what we're spending now, because we've got staff that do the grants, but also partnership agreements with a number of organisations.
Thank you. And in terms of the new partnership agreement, what's the duration and what would happen, and how in the agreement would be the fact that, is it a 3-year agreement? Is it a 2-year agreement? Because it has a cost consequence. How would that be reviewed?
Well, we have numerous agreements, but generally they're 1 or 3-year agreements. And so we have standard agreement formats and templates and things like that, which then are nuanced to each situation.
Wonderful. So,
and then we have staff checking the KPIs on a regular basis as well through Janet's team.
Excellent. So what is it? A 1 year or a 3 year? And is
sorry, I was just looking for the recommendation again, so I'm not sure if my copy here is.
It doesn't say it on the recommendation, so I'd assumed.
I suspect it's a 3-year term, Deputy Mayor. That's the intention.
Approves a 3-year?
That was my instincts. Because that's in line with what we used to call multi-year grants or partnership agreements. If we have a partnership agreement with another organisation, it's generally 1 or 3 years, and we review them.
So in other words, we are committing to 3 years to this agreement, a 3-year reduction to the Events Attraction Fund down to 95,000, and if Sean needs more, he'll come to us for additional budget spend.
Correct. if any opportunities arise here.
So in light of that, should this be described as zero cost, or should it be described as has some potential cost, we just can't quantify it?
That's a bit of a leading question.
Thanks.
Well, I think the only additional cost is those unknowns around what opportunities might arise around a Cricket World Cup or whatever in the future, or not. As Sean said, the major events horizon for the whole of New Zealand's looking a little bit scant and bleak at the moment, and the government's actually struggling with that too.
That the information is up is completely 100% correct, and Lance is going to make sure that he's correct. We're going to have a tea break, but we'll only make it a 10-minute one, this one, because we've already had a little bit of a break, and we have a nice long lunchtime when we have a lunch break. All right, so 10 minutes, stretch your legs, etc. Thank you, everyone. through to 12:30, 1:15, when I'll take a break. If we can get through and give the modelling a chance over lunchtime, all the better. Okay, so sorry, we are back to Angela's Creative Infrastructure Partnerships Agreement, which has moved a little bit, all in the attempt to find compromises and so on and not lose the intent. But we have had questions. Lance is going to clarify the concern he had about accuracy, and then we're going to go into debate.
So we've just checked the tables around service level reductions and what the resolution was for financial modelling purposes on day one, I think it was, and that the money is available from that fund to be transferred to what the Deputy Mayor's current motion is that lies on the table. So just to clarify that. So apologies for potentially confusing the situation further.
Okay, we're into debate.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I think it's timely to remind the chamber that we are responding to submissions. These are not, while some of us are passionate about certain things, and I'm certainly passionate about creative arts in the city, these things aren't personal. These things are about the city and the people that live in the city and what they've asked us to look at. I heard Councillor Donovan, when we did the roundup after hearings, say how important events are in the city, and reminded him gently in the tea room that had the amendment gone through and the cuts gone through on day one of deliberations this week, there would have been no money in the Events Activation Fund at all. So he was pleased that with this motion and with the Mayor Paula Southgate's motion on day one, we've managed to put a little bit back in. But look, this is about the theatres. I remind the chamber that we own both the Clarence and the Meteor Theatre. We own the land and the buildings, and since we gifted them a proposal that I led many years ago, they have done incredibly well, and I'm super looking forward to the Meteor's 10th birthday this year. I remind the chamber also that the Meteor and Clarence and Founders used to cost the city a net loss of $1.3 million when we were running those theatres. A loss of 1.3 million. So these numbers are small in comparison for the incredible work that the Meteor and Clarence Street do. In terms of Creative Waikato, they are a regional partner. Sport Waikato have a separate line in the budget. They don't have to compete into a contestable fund. So that's also what this addresses. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
There is some attempt by some in this chamber to highlight the fact that in the original motion to try to make some meaningful structural changes to the organisation of $104 million that this chamber had rejected, that if it had been successful, that as a consequence this event fund would have disappeared anyway. I find it fascinating that we're purporting that this is some sort of smoking gun. Here's the reality check. That motion was unsuccessful. If it had been successful, the council would have been in its best possible position to have responded if Sean had needed more funding. The reality is it wasn't successful, so the money wasn't saved. And what this motion does, that has been delivered at the last minute, what it does is it says we're picking some favourites. We're saying that in fact the theatre groups are much more important to the city than the productivity that is generated by attracting major events to the city. That some elected members have elevated the importance, that they have decided that it's more important to give Creative Waikato and Meteor an allocation of funds that would have otherwise have gone to an event fund that has attracted everything from, well, assisted us to leverage everything from All Black Games to FIFA World Cups, which we've all in this chamber debated. So my point is, if my original motion had gone through, we would have saved money, been in a better position. What you're doing here is, in fact, you're spending even more money because you're saying you're taking the 104 million and rejecting it, other than the Mayor's $24 million attempt, but you're potentially exposing us to have to come back to spend even more money if an event opportunity comes along.
Councillor Hutt?
Thank you. As the seconder of this motion, I certainly agree with a lot of what Deputy Mayor O'Leary has said already. This really is about responding to submissions. But it's also about growing local audiences, making sure that there is a culture inside of Hamilton where people go to things, where you've got a diverse range of things on any Friday or Saturday night, where you can see weird stuff, where you can see professional stuff, where you can see weird professional stuff. But ultimately, it's about allowing local creatives the certainty that they can put on shows and the certainty that local audiences will come to see them. I think that it is immoral to make core creative organisations who are central infrastructure to the creative community, go into contestable funding rounds again and again and again. It is unfair to them, and it is unfair to everybody else in that fund that we go through.
Point of order. Section 26.5, disrespectful. The assertion that it is immoral. Can the chair rule on that? Because it's a very interesting word, so
I said it was my opinion.
no. Thank you for that clarification, Chair.
That's all right. Also, in my opinion, I believe that it's really paramount to provide security for the creative sector because we take it for granted for far too long. The amount of volunteer hours that go into this to simply have the creative sector that we have today in this city. You know, you just need to think through some of the comments that Benny Marama made, that Jeremy Mail made, that many other creatives who came in and spoke said about how difficult it is to work in this sector in this city. And this sector is equally as valid as any other to exist and to thrive in the city as a profession. So ultimately, this motion just simply seeks to make it more fairer, in my opinion, and to make sure that there's the certainty provided to this sector that other sectors have provided by us. Thank you.
Councillor Moko.
Kia ora tātou. I think Councillor O'Leary and Councillor Hutt nailed it in their opening commentary, which was around responding to the submissions during the hearing. And so that is a point that I absolutely support. I reflect on the deliberations that we as a council have had over the last couple of years and the importance of being able to hear what our community are telling us. And during those hearings, I believe a number of the submissions that I heard and that I read were telling us that they do want some support for this very motion that is in front of us. While I acknowledge the great work that Sean does, and last year Sean and his team did a fantastic job of bringing the greatest code to FMG Stadium, that being the Kiwis versus Aussie. My concern is around his ability to continue to do that in the future. The the waiting part of it for me is that the theatres offer a more continual service to members of our community who can enjoy those places and those facilities and that resource more regularly. And so I guess for me, that was the tipping point, as Councillor Hutt outlined. So every week we are almost assured that there is something happening. So I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Moko actually just took my main point. In considering this, taking obviously the work that Sean and the team do in terms of attracting events is fantastic, and it's hard to be prioritising money away from that. But when we heard from the submissions the strong desire to have support for the theatres, we also know that 1 or 2 years without adequate support and organisations can fold. And so what this is about is, for me, keeping theatres that have been around for a long time, and we hope to stay around for a long time, alive over what's a really tough financial period. And I think for me that comes before having one-off events, even if they are fantastic for the city, is keeping organisations financially sustainable that we value, so that they can continue to provide great services for many years to come. And they do provide very regular events and ways for people to connect. And I experienced a fantastic performance at the Meteor only just a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, it just highlighted the value that these theatres do provide for the community. And I think if anyone went to an event recently, they would feel the same way. So yes, I will be supporting this today, and I guess it highlights a larger issue for the future in terms of the sustainability of our community funding. But I would also say, no, forgot my point, that's it.
Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. As many others have said in the chamber today, we heard loud and clear from the arts sector and submissions that firstly, they are largely volunteer-based groups which run on oily rags. There's many wider benefits that the arts have and provide the city and our community. But it was also clear that the funding decisions made as they lay would leave many of our theatres in a vulnerable position and possibly risk losing them overall. I think this motion finds a balance between the financial situation we're in, and I do thank our colleagues who are reminding us of that. But this doesn't allocate new money, and it also doesn't deplete the activation fund, so it does give some leverage when events come along. And I, again, echo the sentiments that others have of the work of Sean and the H3 team in bringing through some great events. But I'm also mindful that by supporting our theatre, we are still encouraging people of Hamilton to go to a range of events. I think overall this is a good balance. This motion is a good balance, and will ensure all manner of events can be enabled without putting new money in the books. Thank you.
Donovan.
Paula, I'll start by saying I feel a little bit conflicted, and it might be a lack of understanding to a certain degree, and I'm open to admitting that in public, because I'm 53 years old now and I've been confused most of my life. But a while back I asked the staff if they could quantify the benefit of major sports and events versus arts, and no one could give me an answer. There was a multiplier put around saying that it could be 5, possibly 10 times as much when a major event comes to town. And from the outside, we all see the impact of that, because you see the city light up when there's a major event in town, and it makes us all feel really good. Now, I also enjoy the arts, and I went to a show just recently at the Meteor, and I was impressed, and I loved it, and I'll go back again because it was a great experience. The point I want to make, one of the other points, is that I understand arts, the role that it plays in our city. It brings class and sophistication, and we need to be a city that looks pretty cool as a place to go and do things. That's my opinion. There are volunteers that help the arts and creative sector, and I take my hat off to them, and all due respect to them, they do a fantastic job. But conversely, there are thousands of other people who also give up volunteer hours for sport and recreation around our city as well. And the reward for them is major events coming to our city so that we don't have to travel to other cities to see big events. We have got some fantastic stadia here, and we have brilliant venues. We can be awesome if we all pull together.
Casey Cox.
Yeah, just quickly in support of this motion. I did go and listen to the group that met at the Meteor around the LTP, just to listen to some of the comments that were made. And a couple of the people there stood out to me, particularly the young people, reflecting on how important the arts investment is in our city for them and their futures, in terms of when they're studying at the university to get their qualifications in theatre and such, that they can see that they've got a future in the city and that they'll stick around if they've got a secure theatre life to participate in. And so I think about that, and I really appreciate the work that our Arts Ambassador and Councillor Hutt have done to lift this up in response to the submissions and make sure that we secure that funding for them. Thank you.
Councillor Nigel Rowe.
Thank you. I just want to echo what everyone's really saying at the moment. Thank Deputy Mayor for bringing this forward. In response to the submissions, it gives these groups surety of funding. I also just wanted to touch on, there was a narrative out there that council was looking at slashing the arts and all sorts, and it was not my view of the world at all. It was a new policy, a new funding policy, and the arts were put into different categories. So it might have felt that the council was not being supportive, but we sit in the subcommittee for the grants, and we were definitely supportive. But bringing this motion forward gives it the visibility it needs, it gives it the surety it needs, and it's highlighting our support for the arts sector. So thank you.
Just a bit of debate for myself. Let's just consider the value the creative community at the smaller end of the scale do bring to the city, which is quite huge, social and economic. Jeremy Rail presented a really big, in-depth analysis of the economic and other benefits of the creative arts to Hamilton. We know they're huge. It also happens to make our place a better place when we support the creative community, and many of you have spoken to that. But this actually, as I see it, simply redresses a situation we've got into historically, where the creative sector have somehow not had the same level of partnership support as other sectors. So it brings them up with that. And as other people say, it enables them to have sightline and of what resources they do have. And look, just one example out of all the millions of examples. Imagine Hamilton without trees at the Meteor, for example, and the amazing happiness, and visitors come from all over to just see that one thing alone. But I know that there's very rarely a day in the week when the Meteor is not having something. And then the Clarence hosts those other shows which can't come into a black box theatre. And of course, let's not also forget Riverlea, which is an amazing place for incubating fresh talent. I love them all, and I think they're part of the fabric of a good city. Thank you, everyone. Go to the vote. Oh, yes, you could.
Just a few reflections on some of the comments. and thank the speakers, or most of the speakers, obviously the ones in support, and my seconder, Councillor Hutt, who talked about diversity and vibrancy and culture, which is really what this is about. And many members who have spoken in support use those kinds of words, the heart of the city, the heart of a city, the soul of a city, and I've used those. But I reflect back on Councillor Bidder when we did the roundup, and he used words that I hadn't heard before, which I wrote down, and he said that arts groups are already on life support, and he didn't want to be the one to flick the light switch off, which is a way for me to really emulate, I guess, and Councillor McIndoe said he didn't want to switch that off as well. And this really just, look, I just echo that, this really just returns that lifeline to our theatres. Thank you.
Vote.
The motion is carried, 11 for, 3 against.
Okay, the next one we're going to go to, councillors, is the suite of arts things. Is that right?
Yeah, and I can just explain really briefly. So this is, the an arts and infrastructure policy. That's just around looking at a strategic way to deliver in future infrastructure projects that council might be doing, and having some arts integration in that. So that's policy development. The arts strategy one is, I note in Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe's committee further down in the term that there's a development of an arts and culture strategy. We know that those things cost a lot of money, and Creative Waikato submitted to us, they already have a strategy. We should simply adopt their one. So that's that one. And the arts and events is also responding, particularly to HCBA, but some of the creative arts organisations that submitted as well, in terms of how complex and difficult it is to run events in the city. And so that is around working with them, staff to work with them, gather the list of how we get in the way, because we do, and then bringing that back, and there's points of elected member touch points. So it's all really thinking and policy stuff.
Okay, thank you. We'll put it up. Unless anybody has any issue, I'm just going to take them as a whole and debate or question them as a whole. So let's go to the discussions. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Could staff just lead me through the cost ramifications of the policy development, if required, or expansion, and if there are any risks associated, risks being potential consequential spend that hasn't been budgeted?
Helen, do you want to talk about that?
Because it's not strategy, the costs are really around staff time, so it would be just ensuring that that we do have the staff available to do that. We could look at that within the personnel reductions. We just have to make sure that we retained the resource to complete this work.
Cool, thank you.
Any other questions? Would you like to debate? It's cost neutral, so isn't it? Yeah.
Numerous submissions, is my thing here? Yep. That spoke all around this, and in particular, and I'm just debating the 3 of them here. In particular, the events space one. We've heard from HCBA and other major events that it's incredibly difficult and for them to run events and to manage events, and they kind of end up coming into all different points of the organisation, and it's not an easy process. So this is about removing the red tape, and I remember during Creative Waikato when Dr. Jeremy was here, and I think it might have been Councillor Pike who asked the question if there was one thing that we could do to enable it to make it easier, and he said reduce the red tape. So that's what this is around. This is really about. Look, arts and creative sector and events, as we've all heard, and we heard through submissions, is incredibly important to the city. It's also really even more important in times of financial difficulty. The cost of living crisis is there, and it's relevant, and it particularly is there for our vulnerable communities. And the free events that we get to go to, the Chinese Lantern Festival and Garden Place that we go to, and all of these other things, symphony in the symphony at the gardens, thank you. All of those free events are even more critical, but we do make it a little bit difficult at times. So this is about clearing the pathway and simply and having an art strategy that's already written for us without us spending $40,000 or $50,000 or $60,000. I don't know. Everything's expensive these days. It just makes perfect sense. So I hope that the value in the creative arts sector will be seen by the Chamber today.
Any other debate? No, go. Oh, yes. There is a lag on this thing, so.
That's okay.
Councillor Hart.
To do 3 debates in one, really the art and infrastructure policy is about embedding art into the city and all of the tiny little decisions we make about even a footpath replacement. Could it have some art in it? You know, I think we do a good job, you know, with our big things like our bridges or our beautiful new library, I think won an award recently. I think we do it good with the big stuff, but, you know, this is about embedding it into the little things as well. In terms of the art strategy, I won't labour the point, but yeah, it saves us money. And the creative capacity building organisation has already written us one. I mean, what a gift. But the arts and events motion is possibly one of the things that I have most heard come up in discussion with creatives in the city. And often it comes from an appreciation of our strategy to rebuild the CBD and bring more people to it and make it thriving and make it vibrant. But to do that, it involves people being able to do cool stuff. And I think that there's a real desire in the arts community to not just be facilitated to do stuff and do stuff well, but also making sure that those people that we're trying to attract to live in the CBD, and I used to live in the CBD myself, you know, feel like, you know, these events work for them as well. Not only can they, you know, walk out the door and head along to some great event that's on, but also, you know, that the accommodations for the people who live there are reasonable and thought through, and that ecosystem of events and people going to it and people enjoying living in the CBD really, really thrives and gets on. So that's why I'll be supporting these.
Pike.
Sorry, I'll just keep it short. Yeah, I also want to highlight the event management side of this and removing the red tape, because I too had conversations with people in the sector and understand, so that's a huge barrier, but particularly for people trying to run free events. As I said in my last debate, it relies heavily on volunteers, but the more barriers we put up to people trying to run these events, the more costs they incur and the more that gets passed on to people. So I just thank those in the arts community for the work they're doing, and look forward to this motion hopefully supporting removing some barriers. Thank you.
Paula, at this point in time, I will be supporting the motion. I think that the rationale that's been put forward has been very good, and it strikes a chord with me. Again, I'll reiterate what I said previously. A city with a good cultural aspect to it is going to attract all the right people. However, there was one comment made by Councillor Hutt, which sparked my interest and reminded me that drawing pictures on footpaths and roads can sometimes leave pretty sour taste in the mouths of our ratepayers, as was seen when a street got painted. Didn't go down too well. But aside from that, I think, yes, a vibrant city full of good events with high quality cultural events is going to be a great place to hang out.
I'll speak. For not only in this LTP, but the previous LTP, the creative community have been asking for support to do what they do so well. I did, in the same way that I had made Councillor Donovan the sports ambassador, I did make Angela the cultural ambassador in recent times, not that long ago, to be honest. And I just want to thank you for getting out amongst so many of the cultural community groups and individuals to find out what is at the heart of their need, and you did that. And actually, you've done it very quickly, and you've come back with some things that are going to make their life much easier and keep our city thriving in a cultural sense. So I do just want to acknowledge that, and you go to write a reply.
Moko?
Yeah, what a great opportunity. And while the motion itself doesn't speak explicitly into some of the areas that we would ideally like them to, I have every confidence that the motion does intend to reach all corners of our cultural sector. I am supporting this motion, and I think it is a great motion because what I did hear from one of the submitters who is exclusively involved largely in that tourism space, we are missing out on some economic opportunities that are just passing by our community. And so I think this motion offers up an opportunity to bring some of those people who feel like they're sitting out there in the dark a little bit to participate a little bit more strongly. So I look forward to the end of the year and what type of plan might come forward from this. I think this is largely what the arts sector have been asking for, and I think I do believe there are some significant economic opportunities that come from this particular motion. So I want to commend O'Leary, Councillor Hutts, for their foresight and their judgment on putting this up. The great thing is that it's cost neutral, and so therefore, well done. Kia ora.
Right of reply.
Yeah, I think just quickly, in terms of clarity for Councillor Donovan on the infrastructure, art and infrastructure policy, is this, the policy would not be about those particular aspects. This is around as an example of what I would expect from a policy like this. You know how we're doing Embassy Park at the moment, and we've got Riff Raff statue going in there, and that's going to be the entrance to the new Waikato Regional Theatre. At the moment, the only thing that is sure is that Riff Raff will go back in there. There are no other design elements, and I know that Mark Servian, who has been incredibly passionate and certainly, and is part of that trust, and certainly Sir Richard O'Brien from the Rocky Horror Picture Show, it would also be passionate and supportive of a policy like this, because that would, if this was in place, that would enable that entranceway arrival precinct to the theatre to have more than just a statue. So, yeah. Thanks.
Vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everybody.
That's me again. It's myself and Kish. And very quickly, there will possibly be questions on this one. This is just similar to Mayor Southgate's Hamilton Gardens one. in terms of taking a small portion of the, if the zoo exceeds their budget, and allowing it to be used as additional revenue to be to be used for improvements. The reason we've got this, or it's obviously we're both in love with the zoo. We have talked to the general manager, and this is quite doable. The zoo has been exceeding its revenue budgets for quite some time, so we want them to share in a bit of success.
Taylor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just a question, just for clarity, I think, just so I understand it better. So at the moment, what happens when the zoo exceeds revenue? Where does the income go? How does that work?
Ends up being part of our.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that just goes as a surplus to budget.
Right, and so we would look to we'd ring fence it essentially. Is that what we're talking about? Okay, and the improvements that it would go towards, would they be improvements that had been previously approved in LTP or annual plan, or how would that work?
So no, our intention is that they would be improvements made, decided by the zoo. So in the last financial report that went to Councillor Van Nosten's committee, it said that there was an extra expense because the retail shop's doing so well that they need more stock and they need, you know, this, that and the other. So it would be something like that. It might be the education room, but it's up for, it's for them to decide. And Councillor Taylor, if I can help, in the financial year 24-25, there was a $275,000 excess over budget, so 20% would be 55,000 a year.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah. No, so I was just trying to and so basically they would have discretion over, there'd be things within their delegation that needed to get done, and it would go back towards that.
And not renewals and maintenance, actually improvements for visitor experience, education, things like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just a quick question for clarity. Deputy Mayor Angela, you said the shop would use the reinvestment for replenishment inventory? I would have thought that's...
No, actually, no, that wouldn't be improvement, sorry. I was using that as an example of the extra revenue that was used. No, like, I mean, if they needed to create more space in the shop, I mean, I don't know, I don't run the zoo, or some of us visited the education area, needs a little bit more work.
So it's physical improvements?
Without it being renewals and maintenance.
Because my understanding is that inventory replenishment would be part of a day-to-day...
Yeah, it would, yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Paula, and to some extent the Deputy Mayor's possibly already answered my question, but it's related to the visit that a number of us had to the zoo 5 or 6 weeks ago, and the Deputy Mayor's just told us that it'll be not so much for maintenance, but I think we're really concerned by what we saw of the state, particularly of the giraffe enclosure and the rhino enclosure. They're just not fit for purpose at the moment, and it's dangerous as well as, unsafe for the welfare of the animals. So is there a chance that within this motion, which in principle I'm broadly supporting, that we could give some sort of encouragement that those essential repairs would happen? Because I'm concerned by the answer at the moment that this wouldn't go towards maintenance, and yet they're saying they don't have that budget.
Can we get I thought that the budget was changed so that they do now, but I know.
They do now?
But let's see from the General Manager whether...
Yes, perhaps if I could respond through the Mayor. You're correct in what was said and what the situation was with regards to the displays that we have in the buildings within them. However, we have done some alterations to how we're handling our budgets for renewals so that the buildings structures that are within our various enclosures are now included. And work on the giraffe enclosure is happening as we speak. And without going into detail here right now, some of that is being funded by an external party as well. So that work is happening, and we are changing the way we approach our renewals on that front.
Some elected member inquiries, including one from myself, and about 6 months ago that we addressed that. The book treatment of it and the budgeting, isn't it? Okay, Councillor Donovan.
This comment just sparked a question, and please forgive me if this has been asked before, but have we ever considered private investment opportunities into the zoo, like sponsorship? Like
We do it now.
We do? Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So there's a
Excuse
whole
my-
sponsorship program, and
Yep.
a bit like we do with the gardens and playgrounds and things like that. So
Aye.
we've had some good help from companies like Gallagher's.
Yes.
With fencing and security systems and like the
Yep.
Cardex systems in the Tiger area.
Okay.
They came to the party on that, and you know, we got significant discounts and things like that. So Beard and the team work on that all the time.
So say this scenario occurs, I win 48 million at Lotto on Saturday, could I sponsor an enclosure?
We'll actually chain you to the to the zoo until you get your wallet out. So.
Yeah.
Actually. In terms of how this will be spent, can I just check, and Sean, we have an active zoo plan. Not that we've necessarily done a lot since we did the cafe entranceway, but there is an active zoo management plan. It hasn't been changed, so you would assume that some of the improvements that you're talking about would still be consistent with the direction of the zoo plan.
Absolutely.
Right, so there is a framework that sits behind it. It's not just picking projects.
Correct.
They'd have to look at what the plan is supposed to deliver, one of which is the education centre, isn't it?
Yes, and also the conservation work that the zoo needs to do, which isn't specifically funded at present.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've had all questions. Debate.
Thanks, everyone. Look, I hope that there's widespread support for this one. You only need to go to the zoo, and Councillor McIndoe reminded us of an amazing visit to hear the passion, and we all know that the director of the zoo, Beard, should be in his own TV show. Like, he is such a star, and he's tall, but he's a star, and he is incredibly passionate, and boy, are we the luckiest zoo in New Zealand to have him and his team as a director. The animals love him and his team loves him. But look, this is about recognising success. Ultimately, and the Mayor's put it into the gardens as well, our visitor destinations, the museum, the zoo and the gardens are incredibly successful. Their visitor numbers are up. We've invested, we've looked after them, and they are 3 destinations that Hamiltonians are hugely passionate about. And I am hugely passionate about them, and particularly the zoo. As you all know, my journey with the zoo has been long, as has the general managers. So this is, they smash their budgets, they smash their revenue budgets. This is about taking a very small slice of that and giving it back to them. They have got lots of ideas. They will stick true to the Hamilton Zoo visionary plan, and I look forward to the small improvements that they'll be able to do without that money going into the big pot and possibly being spent on, I don't know, new chairs for, let's pick a floor 4. Apologies to any general manager who's actually on floor 4. So thank you.
Councillor Nigel Rowe.
I think Deputy Mayor actually covered it really well. We both share a great passion for the zoo. Our zoo is world class, and it's because of the people who work there, but also the layout. We're just so lucky to have such an incredible asset in Hamilton. And like she said, they're smashing their budgets, and this is just a small portion of the additional on top of budget that will be reinvested back into the zoo without them having to compete against other priorities. So I just want to take a moment to thank the zoo team for their passion, and thank you for hopefully for your support.
Thank you, Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I'm broadly just echoing the comments of the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Cash, and I want to thank you, Mayor Paula, for your leniency with my question before, because I was just wanting to get some clarity about how this went. I think this is fiscally prudent. One of the things that really disappoints me from time to time is how little awareness there is around the country about the fabulous attractions that Hamilton can offer. And people come here and then suddenly get a surprise when they find our gardens. Most of them don't even know we have a zoo. And yet it is absolutely world-class, very, very well run. I like the fact that this gives us an opportunity to give a small return to those who are the architects of the success, and it doesn't come at any significant, there is no significant downside here. It's all about ensuring that we will continue to reinvest in one of our greatest drivers of economic activity, as well as social and cultural well-being and family entertainment and all the rest of it. So I think it strikes a good balance, and I'm very happy to support it.
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, I'm certainly supporting the motion. It makes sense. It's well structured. I am delighted that, in fact, some tough decisions made a few years ago, I think Councillor Ryan, Councillor Bunting, helped drive significant spend, $20-odd million in the zoo in terms of reshaping the entrance, the parking, the area, and of course, as a result of that, the performance has improved and the targets are being exceeded, and I think that's great result. I thank the ratepayer, because the ratepayer was happy to stump up with this significant investment, and that's been occurring for decades after decades. So this is sensible. You know, often they say, you know, success has many fathers, failure is an orphan. We can talk about the zoo having many fathers and mothers because a lot of people have invested money, time and rates in making this a world-class facility. And elected members are right when they speak favourably about our current leader of the zoo. He's making a tremendous contribution, as each and every one of his team. So it's a good result, and it continues with the ongoing vision and the ongoing funding that multiple councils over the years have made.
Van Oosten.
Thank you. I'm reluctant to keep this going, but look, we all love the zoo. I'm really keen to support this proposal from the Mayor. The family experience at the zoo is wonderful. I've been there with grandchildren who have enjoyed the slides, getting down the hill. It's a great opportunity for not just looking at the animals, but for some nice exercise and some fun. Having the opportunity to upgrade some of that stuff is enormously valuable without it having to go through truncated budget applications from the zoo. I think that that's really very useful for them to be able to do that. With the additional parking that will be explored, there is the real opportunity that this is meaningful funds that they will be able to get at. It's also not just an opportunity for a family walk around, and it's not a place just to lock up animals. You know, we've heard about those education opportunities. Schools go there and are able to really understand the conservation value that's happening at the zoo. We haven't really talked about that in our debates, and I think that that's, you know, one of the key things that our zoo community provides for not just Hamilton, New Zealand, but for the world in a number of areas. So let's help that continued work to happen and give them a lovely little bonus as well. Kia ora.
Councillor Case-Cox.
Yeah, just quickly, with supporting the motion, I just wanted to remind us, I guess, of the precinct that we've created, the Te Karoro precinct. And, you know, like, yeah, the zoo is smashing revenue targets, which is awesome, but I'd like to suggest that that is also partly due to the fact that we've created an amazing precinct, and that the Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park is certainly an aspect that draws people in as well, and means that they'll do both and enjoy going to a free walk as well as visiting our wonderful zoo. So just reminding that, but happy to support the motion.
This does, and it will continue to return revenue to the city, and that's the good news story here. I want to cast back a little bit further than just the council before last to when the zoo plan was developed, and just give a quick nod to Councillor O'Leary, who was charged with developing that at the time. And when I became chair of community, I rested on that quite heavily in terms of promoting some improvements to the zoo, which were then picked up by Bark and Cash and others on the way through. I can remember actually, and this is how progress goes, I can remember us sitting around a table with staff and I said, why can't there be a double-sided cafe at the zoo so that people living in the area can enjoy the feeling of that place, but they don't have to go in the zoo, and the people who want to go to the zoo can be enticed into the zoo. And, it's that kind of thinking when you land it on staff and they're able to enact it with Te Kararo Nature Precinct, with all the people who've inputted in that. It's not about me, it's all about the people who've inputted in that. We've got a wonderful result that returns revenue. This is economic visitor destination revenue. It's one of our star places. Bed is amazing. And the philanthropics, honestly, we've had so many of our top philanthropics contribute to this. I just want to finish with a funny story. Recently I got an email from someone who said, why are there big billboards up in Hamilton promoting the Auckland Zoo? So I looked into it and I thought, why are there? And I looked into it and I discovered that Mayor Brown had directed his staff to increase the revenue of the Auckland Zoo, and therefore they had commissioned digital billboards in Hamilton as they can. But I told Jesse Mulligan when we had a recent interview and when I took him to the zoo, we don't need to advertise Auckland Zoo because our zoo is 10 times better. Come here, people. That's my story.
The motion is carried unanimously.
So that we can get through the day. Youth plan, please. Is that right? No. The community matters, and Kesha's got a bunch of community matters that are financially neutral, and she's going to bring them all together in one place for our consideration.
Yes, initially were put through as 4 separate motions, but we've grouped them up because they are cost neutral. Essentially, they all respond to community submissions, and pretty self-explanatory, really.
Taylor.
Look, thank you. I was actually just focusing on the youth plan initially because it was the top one. My question is, it says there, it notes that the development of a youth action plan has been factored into the portfolio of the current youth community advisor. So, was that approved by the council or by your committee? Has that actually gone through a process or to do a youth plan?
Actually, it came up as a recommendation via the chair for a strategy, and that got declined. So I'm just going by recall here. Got declined, but to go away and look at a scoping exercise that could then be turned into an action plan. So instead of a strategy, it was about doing some scoping and actions.
So it's called a plan now?
Yeah, not a strategy. Yeah.
What's the difference? I'm just trying to...
Strategy is kind of more high level, like intention setting, and we often do a lot of consultation on that, and it sets a strategy for... Oh, sorry, I'm answering when I shouldn't be, but I'll let Janet, did you want to?
No, carry on.
Sorry, that was, sorry, it's just.
You know what you're talking about.
Sorry, it was just that I was here when it went through the committee. Yeah, and then the plan is about working with those groups across the city around, what's a set of actions that can be implemented, across the network of youth organisations that are really going to, impact in this space.
Okay, and how is it being funded, Helen? The plan? Or Janet?
By staff. So we will be delivering it from current resource.
Current resources, right, okay. And you'll be coming back for more funding in the next annual plan, according to this, or long-term plan. But for what?
It would depend what is in the plan following the co-design process.
Right, okay. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Thank you. Otherwise, I might have forgotten. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. In terms of these requests for work, how will they be impacted by decisions today in regard to service levels and staffing? I just want to understand, is this subject to the status quo staying, or, yeah?
Correct. So if what was voted through the other day on levels of service reductions, if that changes to what Councillor Wilson's motion was, then I would have concerns about our ability to deliver all this.
Okay. And so, because we're making a decision on this now, but I guess it's just implicit that this relies on capacity, and so you just have to come back to us with a revised scope or decision to make to the community committee.
I thought everything was modelling, and then when we chug through all the other stuff again, then it might become clear that we won't have the resource to do this.
Okay, because, sorry to labour this, was just a lot of these motions don't say for the purpose of modelling where they're, well, some of them haven't, from what I've seen, where they've been revenue neutral.
None of them have, even the arts.
Yeah, in the arts one as well, so just.
Say for the purposes of modelling, which all of these are. Yep.
Yeah.
All in favour of that? Nobody's opposed? Thank you, Amy.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Question to staff. I have no difficulty understanding the idea of developing these plans. And I've heard you said that that would simply be staff time, and under the current cuts, that's still feasible. I'm trying to drill further into consequential costs that may follow as a result of these plans. And could the GM responsible for each of the areas, because we've combined all of these, give an indication as to what potential sums may be required, either human resource or other,
Yeah, talking about the Youth Action Plan, it will be approximately a 0.5 resource allocation spread across several staff members to develop the co-design aspect of the plan. In terms of the funding, it's impossible to tell at this point what the plan will result in.
Right, so thank you. Let's drill down on that a little bit. So it's impossible. So you have no idea of potentially what it could be. Is it like Heipe Manawa, which is 500,000 a year? Is it? You've got no insight for us?
It'll depend on what are the actions in the action plan. I think the best answer, Councillor Wilson, is probably the rule of thumb of what's gone beforehand, and I think the figure that you've talked about is probably the quantum, although it could be less or it could be more. Obviously, that depends on what council's decisions are.
So that's, if there's 3 of them, that's potentially 1.5 million per year over 10 years if you extrapolate. So just help me understand the narrative of these are benign in the sense that there's no financial ramifications.
I think the indoor rec centre might be a bit different.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, that could be millions in capex or a grant.
So the ones which, because there's now that we've sort of bound them together, so I guess I was relating to the one that the plan, so there's 1, 2 plans, and then we'll go to the rec centre last. So you're saying that $500,000 each, so that's $1 million per year, potentially?
Can I be helpful at all? There's just one plan, which is the youth one, and the cost associated with that will come out from what the plan actually looks like. But from my early conversations with the general manager, a lot of that work is actually being done at the moment by different youth organisations, and the action plan, much like the age-friendly one, just brings it under one umbrella for visibility. So it might actually be nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, the funding will come, if there is funding, it will come to the next annual plan. Yeah.
And the rec centre is about bringing a report to a committee.
Right. So thank you for that. So turning now to the rec centre, can we have can we have an expansion as to the likely scale and cost of the rec centre and the current thinking as to the quantum required by council and the time frame that's likely, of what year that's likely to fall into?
Sorry, what year can you just clarify what you mean by what year? Do you mean the plan or the?
No, the rec centre itself.
Okay, so we don't know what year it's would fall into, and part of the reason for that is we haven't had the funding to do the work to be able to determine that. We do know there is a significant shortage of indoor recreation space in Hamilton City. We do know, and we have known this for many years from the work that Sport Waikato has done, that there is a particular shortage in the southwest of the city with the proposed school development. There is potentially an opportunity to do what we've done at the Peak, a combined recreation centre there. However, we don't have a time frame on when that might be at this stage. So potentially, it could be anywhere between 3 to 8 years. There is quite a bit of feasibility that's required before then. We're aware, obviously, we don't have the funding for that now, which is why I'm assuming Councillor Kesha is proposing that we come back with that in year 3 around what funding we'd need to do the feasibility, and we'd have a better understanding of timeframes at that point as well.
Right. So when you come back in year 3, it wouldn't be for an allocation of funding commencing in year 3 for the building of the rec centre. It would be coming back saying, here are your options and we're recommending it be implemented in such and such a year.
Correct, and that we need to do some feasibility to meet that, so we'd be potentially requesting funding for feasibility studies.
Yes, I do, and I apologise for another question. It's just that they've been lumped together, so I've just caught up with the last one. The Melville Skate Park, with a request to explore a community organisation presence at Melville Skate Park. Can you just kind of break out for me what that actually is? Is that a community centre or?
So during the submissions we heard from, pardon? Yeah, it was two submitters who said that, if there was more of a presence around the skate park, then a lot of the antisocial stuff happening would be reduced. And so Anna and I have visited, the community houses in the area who are quite keen to explore that too. So this is just a response to the submitters saying that we're going to look into it and maybe find a solution.
Come back through committees.
Yeah, totally.
But for transparency, it's been brought here, and because it's been brought here, we get to debate it.
Yeah.
And will that be done in existing budgets, within existing budgets? Or?
Yeah, we're not asking for any extra budget.
Thank you.
Anyway, okay, questions. Everyone's understood. I was intending it to take it all in one, unless I have any calls right now for anything other, because we can split a piece off and do it in parts. But seeing there's no one wanting to do it in parts, we will go to the debate. And if we could keep the debate pretty sweet and swift, it'll help us all get through the day. Kish.
Thank you. And like I said when I introduced this, it's the intention is to bring some visibility and transparency to our response to the community submissions that we received. All four of these, the youth plan, the Hamilton South Community Hub, Melville Skate Park, and future indoor recreation were all brought up during the feedback process. It's not new news, that it's that Hamilton lacks an indoor recreation space, and we all know that we don't have any funding to put into that right now, but this just requests staff to keep those conversations going. If any opportunities arise, it comes back to elected members. None of these motions, nothing happens unless we know about it. So this just ties a few loose ends to ensure the community knows that we've heard them. And like I said earlier, there's no added cost.
Okie doke. Thank you. Any other debate? Sorry. Councillor Wilson.
I intend to support these motions. The reality is inevitably the community require these services over time. And the first step in enabling that to happen is to create a plan and strategy. Where I hesitate is when anybody sort of says there's no costs associated, but I think what people are saying, look, there's no immediate cost in having the transparency, there's no immediate cost in staff doing the first iteration, but we all are mindful that there will be costs, and they could be significant. And that's okay, because maybe they are worth doing, and the plan and the strategy will help us identify that. Over time, the council, who will ultimately be in power at the time to decide when that falls, will have the ultimate decision whether or not they can afford it, or whether and when they can afford it. So I intend to support Councillor Kesh on this, because it's a good place to start, and we may have different optics in the years to come that will enable us to speed up or conversely slow down. But to have the discussion, I think it's a good start, and so I will be supporting the Chair of Community as she champions her area of interest and passion.
Fox.
I'm happy to support this motion, obviously, but I guess want to highlight that all of this work is potentially under threat if we have levels of service cuts. Our community development team is central to a lot of it, and we've got staff at the moment who have got skills in co-design and the things that are highlighted in the youth plan. If a proposal to cut those teams went through, that none of this would be able to happen, so or would be significantly scaled back. So I guess from my perspective, there's a lot of value in all of this work. We haven't got a clear plan for our youth in the city in terms of what, or bringing it together and making the most of it. In terms of the Hamilton South Community Hub, that's vital because we actually haven't got a community centre planned in Peacock, or and that population is going to grow significantly. The Melville Skate Park, we definitely need to address that. There's ongoing issues there, and having a community presence would just be a great support to the community there, and again to the young people that use that skate park. So basically my point is that all of these things are, I think, about community development, they're about community well-being, but they're definitely not secure if the proposed levels of service cuts go ahead to the fullest extent. Thank you.
Paula. I just wanted to start by thanking Councillor Naidu-Ralph and Casey Cox for their focus on community development in this LTP. I think community often gets forgotten, and it is hard to get some wins in this space, especially in a financially difficult time. As a Melville and a Glenview kid, I'm particularly pleased to see the focus on Melville and the south side and the suite of motions. The skate park, since being built, is constantly busy and vibrant and is such an asset to our Beta and Melville community. I know Councillor Donovan will speak of that too. It does have some antisocial behaviour, as we heard in our submissions, but I think bringing the support to these people will help address these issues, and I think the Western Community Centre is a great example of this being done well. I'm also ever impressed by Ro and Kirsten and the Glenview Community Centre team for the amazing work they do with the resources they have, but I am mindful of the significant growth happening in Peacocks and the new school, and that they will face growing demand, and we need to start planning these basics to reflect that growth and ensure that we're working towards that. So I look forward to the findings that these reports will bring, and commend the movers for making this move. Thank you.
Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. If we weren't in such a dire fiscal position, I'd be backing all of these ideas, boots and all. And there's not a but here. I am going to support the motion, but of course I'm doing so with considerably greater caution, and many of the reasons for that have already been articulated by the previous speakers. There is no question that Hamilton South needs greater investment, and we will need these sport and recreation facilities and other leisure time activities. But my worry, and this is why I'm only supporting it cautiously, is that in doing this, there could be some fish hooks, and I would hate to see a future council being put into some sort of a straitjacket, and we raise expectations and hopes today in passing this motion that may be disappointed down the track. And I think Hamilton South, particularly areas like Melville, have seen that disappointment in the past, and I don't want to see them put through that before. These things could end up being unaffordable, but what we do need clearly is for the work to be done to be brought to this and future councils so that we can consider the implications at that time, whoever might be sitting around this table. And for that reason, I commend those who wish to ensure that at least the process gets underway, and I sincerely hope that they all prove to be possible down the track.
Everyone, let's go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Can we get that up? Councillors, we only have 3 more before we get to the modelling. So 3 more to get through and I'll liberate you for lunch. Just 2 more to go through and I'll liberate you for lunch. The Endell Rec and Fairfield Endley? Fairfield. That's not the latest?
It's not the latest, it hasn't updated.
Cash, please.
Yep. This is again in response to submissions that we received and just asking staff to bring a report through on high-level options. I have checked with council staff and they said that this is possible within existing budgets.
Yeah.
Can I ask questions of Tanya? I recently drove through this roundabout and I did happen to notice the kind of lack of free and available space to put an extra lane in. Is there any existing commentary from staff around what this proposal might suggest to us? How challenging would it be to consider, you know, an additional lane or traffic lights or something significantly different?
So the motion that Councillor Kesh has put forward, Councillor Louise, allows staff to look at literally a back of the envelope type of scenario. To do full modelling, we'd require OPEX to do that, and that would require looking at traffic movements through that site, how big the site is and what options. So we would be looking at essentially taking previous works that we've done in the past in terms of traffic movement on roundabouts or traffic signals and overlaying that to that specific site and seeing what could be a possible option for you to consider for future funding or annual plan decisions. The other thing we have to factor in is that the Boorman Road section in that area is yet to be completed. So there could be the congestion that's there currently could be quite different once that Boorman Road section is opened as well.
I know that we have low cost, low risk as a bucket, which we sort of throw projects into. And then we sort of have, I don't know if I'd even call it a category, but things that cost more than $2 million. Would it be likely that any potential changes would cost more than $2 million?
Quite likely, yes. It's unlikely that this project or the scale of this project, depending on what the option would be, would fit within the low cost or the minor improvements program. It would be more than, is likely to be more than $2 million.
How do we otherwise fund projects that cost more than $2 million?
I'm just looking at Andrew because I can't remember the name of the category of the program, but there is other programs within the NZTA funding mechanisms that we can link those projects into for co-share funding if it meets the requirements.
I'm aware that there are two other significant intersections, namely the one where Mr. Leach died and the one where Mrs. Moser died, that also fall into that more than $2 million category. Would putting this motion through put this intersection at a higher priority than either of those two intersections?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
That's my personal view, no.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just catching up because this wasn't with Amy's motions this morning, so I was unaware of this one. Was it? Is it?
I also had the wrong heading.
Oh, okay.
That was my fault.
Okay.
It's under the Melville Skate Park.
Tanya, so in terms of a report coming, it's asking for high-level options and estimated costs. Would it be the intention to include data before the changes? Because I'm assuming this is around addressing some of the changes that have been made there. So have we got the data that of before the changes that are there now went in, during and after the changes that are there? Is all of that going to come, or is this just going to be, here's a few options and here's how much it would cost?
It would be the latter. We don't have any of the data.
So you wouldn't have any of the data?
No, and like I said, it would literally be a sketch of overlaying what we had done in previous sites onto that site to say this, we could look at doing this type of an option.
Yeah.
Whether it's a two-lane into that section, which noting that you'd have to two-lane the roundabout as well, getting very engineering here and it's a bit dangerous territory. Or it could be traffic signals and what would be required if we were to do either of those options.
And so that at high level could include, so if it was traffic signals, we would need to purchase land.
Correct.
Because there's no way there's a space there.
Correct.
So it could be high level, the cost of purchasing land.
Yes.
If there's
yes.
any, because there's a house there, right? So
yeah, there's a
on one
house and then
corner,
there's three commercial on
three
each of those.
commercial corners. Yep. Okay, all right. And so there's no data at all that's going to come with us?
No.
Are we collecting data?
We possibly, looking at Andrew, we possibly could get data on the traffic movements in that area. That would come at a cost, and the data from the Bournemouth Road will come at a later date.
And in terms of the options then, this is just going to be high-level staff options. You're not going to spend money on getting engineers out there to look at what that would be maybe the next step?
That would be the next step, yes. Okay. So I think to Councillor Kesha's motion is to see, is it feasible for any type of work to happen in that space?
Yeah, okay.
If I can be really clear in the interest of trying to be helpful, this is just the highest level piece of work that doesn't result in incurring any operating costs. So it wouldn't mean going on site or doing traffic counts on site, because that would incur operating costs. In terms of data, you're quite right, around the changes that are being made in the network out there in recent times, but the most significant changes is yet to be completed, and that's the completion of the Bournemouth Road connection right through. I think, before you got to any proper decision making on a project like this one, you would want to understand the changes as a result of that Bournemouth Road project. So this would just be a very high level staff view on the options you'd consider on this very specific site. But my advocacy would be, if you were of a mind to put this into a future annual plan or future LTP process, the data set you really want is the data from completing the current works on Borman Road.
Question. Andrew, could you remind me, I know that the Horsham Downs section is due to be completed in about 2 months. When is the Borman section due to be open? Oh, sorry, Chris.
So from memory, the contractual completion date's about March next year for all of the separable portions. It's progressively starting to open up now. The next stage is just joining the Greenfield section and the intersection. Yep. So contractually it's March, but we are hoping that will be a few months earlier than that. Then touch wood, all going well. It's going pretty well out there at the moment.
So is asking for a report in the next 6 months, by the information you just provided me, I would have thought that Borman maybe will be open at the very end of that time frame, and will we have any time to evaluate traffic movements for a useful amount of time to inform this?
Sorry, just trying to get the button to work here. It's always prudent to look ahead into the site. There will always be a very busy site at this location because of the the commercial activities on the three corners. So it would be prudent to have a high level look. All I am saying is that if you go beyond that into any future funding considerations, my advocacy would be to wait for the true network effects to be known from some of the current works that are in hand at the moment. So this work here wouldn't wouldn't require the full knowledge just for a high level report at this stage. It doesn't cut across how that network might perform in the future. So I probably haven't been very clear. My apologies.
I did answer the question. Okay, so it's been discussed. Councillor Cash, you're the mover, right? So would you like to go to debate, please?
Look, this roundabout is a key choke point in the northeast. There's probably not a week that goes by where I don't hear someone complain about it. And there were submissions that came through. I actually had someone who lives in one of those units on the roundabout visit me, complaining. And he actually had his own back of the envelope design of how he'd fixed the roundabout. But I guess the point is the community is still really upset about this roundabout, that it took away whatever, added in whatever without wider consultation. This is, of course, before the new traffic framework was introduced through the Deputy Mayor's Committee. So I doubt that we'd have a repeat of this happening. But this motion does say, hey, Northeast community, we have heard you, we continue to hear you, and we're just going to keep this conversation fluid and give staff the opportunity to bring some high-level options so that we can have a look at it. It's just continuing to give people that I speak to a lot of angst who live in that area. And just to point out, this roundabout was actually put in, or the improvements were put in before Borman roadworks started. And another point is that housing is still continuing to go into that area with more housing proposed. So I really do hope that the Borman Road improvements ease the congestion on this intersection, but I still don't think it'll go far enough.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Oh,
I was just going to go as the second.
okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Is that all right with you, Mayor?
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I was just going to go as seconder. Jeff said, yeah. I won't take long. Thanks, Madam. What's that? Oh,
Jeff's name needs to go back.
Oh, okay. All right. I won't take long. Really just want to echo Councillor Kesh's points that she made. I have been subjected to very loyal ratepayers in that area with some of their feedback on that particular piece of roading engineering as well, and I hear exactly what you're saying. So with my very parochial Hamilton East hat on, I fully support the motion.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I welcome this and I'll support it wholeheartedly. There's been considerable frustration about the queues caused by reducing the lanes at this roundabout from 2 to 1, and
There were never 2 lanes on this roundabout. There was a left turn slip which was removed from one of the exits.
Right. It's been a source of considerable frustration, and to the point where we brought a notice of motion to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee some months ago, which was unfortunately rejected. We didn't win that one, and I think, have to be honest, I think that reflected a certain disenchantment that myself and some other councillors felt in terms of not feeling listened to in this chamber in terms of transport matters over the last year of this term. And it ended in a sort of revocation where a group of us got together and to try and revoke a whole number of projects, and which was successful in the end. So it's been a bit of a process, but this is one that's got through and that we haven't managed to change despite our best efforts. And it desperately needs another look at, and I would very much welcome it and support the motion.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. I intend to support Councillor Kesh and Councillor Mark on this very important issue. I also tried to support it at the Transport Committee, and in my opinion, I think this is one of many examples from the Transport Committee that we've got wrong. And so I'm looking forward to having an opportunity to try to right those wrongs and get some, in my opinion, common sense and meaningful improvements into our roading network. And so we'll be supporting it 100%.
Hendo?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I won't repeat the comments of previous speakers, but I do agree with them all. This is a bit of a disaster area in the northeast of the city, which of course has been our fastest growing area. It comes at economic, social and environmental cost, because that huge congestion is certainly contributing to increased emissions. So my only frustration in supporting this motion is that it could take as long as 6 months. If it could happen in 6 days, that would be better.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. In my opinion, there is an anti-car ideology pervading some people in council that is immoral. My data from my lived experience is that this roundabout was done wrong. It is a priority to fix.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I think Councillor Kesh and Councillor Mark for bringing this back to the committee or to the council. I have supported previous motions that enabled us looking back at it, and I think this has been a strong message from the community that it's a particular pain point for them, and I think it warrants another look. So support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I will support this motion because it's not costing us and it's just asking for high-level information. I do think we have a wider issue in the city in terms of major intersections and our ability to get co-funding to actually resolve safety issues, in particular congestion issues as well, at some of our major intersections because they don't fall within low cost, low risk. Well, I would be surprised if this one ended up coming out top in terms of priorities when we look at all of our major intersections, if you know, in the costs that it does involve in terms of actually remediating them. But at this stage, I'm happy for us to receive the information to support Councillor Kesh on in requesting it. Thank you.
I should reply? Oh, more. But wait, there's more. Councillor Hart.
Sorry, just very briefly. I guess I just wanted to, provide some context on the speed at which we can deal with intersections that are simply this big and require interventions over that $2 million mark. Mr. Leach died in 2017, 6 years ago, and we have done effectively nothing significant at the Sunshine Ave Te Rapa roundabout other than fixing the lines as we were required to after the coroner's inquest. In 2022, Mrs. Moser died at the intersection of Tristram, London. I don't believe that we've done anything at all there except possibly removing the flowers that are occasionally placed there. So the idea that we could be swift in solving this problem when we have not been swift at solving any other intersections of a similar size where people have actually died, I guess I'm just sceptical about that.
Well, thank you for letting me jump. Of course, yes, yeah. Look, I've got a lot of empathy for Councillor Kesh and Donovan and for the sentiments of the people who are in support of this motion. But as a council and as councillors, I think we have seen a wider picture of the whole system here. I think that this is a little bit about putting the cart before the horse when we can see the impacts of that whole system and really understand the movements that will be happening around that area in full. It's absolutely worth while, this project, I believe, and I'm very aware of the frank feedback of residents in this area about their frustrations. But I really do believe that we need to be able to see that whole picture before this motion or this treatment for this roundabout is considered. So on that, I'll be voting against.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this given it's back of the envelope and it won't cost anything. But I just want to, I guess, talk about some of the feedback that we get about that roundabout is from adults. And if you go out to that roundabout and listen to kids, it's a whole different ball game and a whole different reflection. It enables their safety across that and through that roundabout to and from school easily. And we've got some of the highest rates of biking in the Rotatuna area because we've made the investments we have in infrastructure. So I just want to caution us about the voices that we listen to. Yes, there is congestion. We're working on some better bus transportation, better cycling, better walking so that people have real options. But it is fantastic to see that our children are really appreciating and making the most of that infrastructure. Thank you.
Yes. Look, I don't see this project being prioritized over other safety improvements. Using this roundabout regularly, like many of you, you'd see near misses every day because of the way people can cross, but then you're backed up and everyone's been waiting for 20 minutes and then someone crosses in front of you and then you've got a break and someone might get you from the back and then you're trying to look in 4 directions without losing focus of what's happening in front of you. It's an accident waiting to happen. And, Councillor Anna's right. It's about safety of the kids. And you see kids crossing at this roundabout all the time. And I literally hold my breath, hoping that the car in front spots them and stops because there's just so much going on. I wish there was a separate fund to fix up our past stuff-ups because that would be really helpful. And I personally think that this is a problem that we created ourselves And we owe it to those residents now to actually say, hey, you know what, hand up, we did stuff it up, but you know what, we're going to have another look at it for you. That's my personal view. Thank you.
The motion is carried, noting 12 for, 2 against.
Thank you. Through the list, but reluctantly going to do this. Oh, wait, we got one more. One more. Fairfield Endley, is it? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yes. And I've withdrawn the one around the modelling for waters, but I'll speak to that in my debate. Okay. Ba-ding, ba-ding. We're all so hungry. List that's run sheet for today. Are we getting up, even in Rufford?
I've got original and it's just giving it a slight amendment.
I had advice from staff to amend it. So it's hopefully coming at the speed of light.
Can we have the amendments super speedily, please? Meanwhile, Sarah, please talk to it, what you're intending to achieve here.
Yep, so that one needs to go, and the one that I've just, yep, there we go. So essentially, this is just bouncing the issue back to the Strategic Growth Committee rather than making any hard and fast determinations right now. The idea is to keep looking at the Fairfield Enderley area. The challenge is there needs to be more work done to actually understand the infrastructure needs to support the level of development that Kāinga is talking about beyond what was just in the unfunded, but then it's not clear we have the capacity or what capacity we have to do that work and work with them on it. So at this stage it just keeps that issue alive and allows us to consider in better detail with more information the idea of setting Fairfield Enderley as the second priority area for intensification and working with Kāinga on that. So yeah, hopefully that's really clear and I don't need to debate any unless anyone has strong objections to this.
We'll go to debate. I do want to debate. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. No, you can. Okay, yeah.
Did you want to debate?
I'll just. No, I'm just going to hold my right of reply because I'd really.
This one I'm just going to debate quickly because I'm going to debate quickly first because I just want to say I would love to have seconded this. This is how strongly I feel about this one. So I'm super happy to support. I think I've already said over the last few days, and I've certainly said over the last number of workshops that we've been in, that it is a really important. Enderley Fairfield has been important to me since day one when I became mayor, and I decided that we needed to not only focus on greenfields, which are very important, and areas that we can make shiny and new and lovely, but we need to revitalise some areas of our city that need some love and attention for people to really thrive. And while I can't do the whole city at one time, Fairfield Enderley was ripe for that because of Kāinga, because there is land in the hands of other developers, because Tainui have an interest, because Te Kohau Health have an interest, because Te Papa Nui is ready to go, and all of those things are there as the seeds of revival of an area of our city that's needed revival for the well-being of people for a long time. And I still feel very passionate about that. And the amount of good people in that area that are doing good things for the community off the smell of an oily rag, we owe it to some of our older parts of the city to pull them up and give them a chance to thrive like anywhere else. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Thompson. Look, to be honest, this is good. I was struggling with the original one. I felt uncomfortable with it. Simply, I think, because it's a big call and with serious infrastructural repercussions and financial ramifications. But I think this is good because it allows us to do the work and to discuss it and actually get to the meat of it and stuff. So, yep, no, good as gold. Thanks.
No,
So we're not including Maxine.
the motion is carried unanimously.
This is the most relaxing moment of my whole day right now before lunch. Can I ask, and please other motions or items that members wish to reconsider that or add, dare I say, please don't, over the break so that we can get staff to prepare. Anything, please no, but
Mayor Paula, I
Yeah.
can confirm we do not intend to re-debate this the job cuts. That discussion occurred a couple of days ago, and we don't intend to try to re-debate it.
thank you. Thank you. Okay, everyone.
Thing, and I know this is going to, after I just said that I want to get home by 5. I'm just over lunch. I wanted some time to see if I could find agreement on a cost-neutral way to do the most minimal kind of just work that's required to support the climate risk assessment work. So I can't guarantee something will come, but I've been working on that,
Okay, thank you.
and
But
so
as you say, you're not seeking any extra costs at this point
yeah.
in time.
So it won't. My intention is that it would be cost neutral. It wouldn't, whatever way we do
To
it.
be fair, everything's for financial modelling, but just want to make sure that, so, you know, it is what it is. But I just want to make sure if you're percolating anything else or thinking, can we let staff know now? Yay! Oh, I've knocked my fluff off. Oh, I don't know where it went.
Okay.
Um,
One item,
Why have we got one item?
Now, because if I don't, then I can't do the financial modelling, and then that's basically the last thing I have to do, and then all you're doing this afternoon is re-rolling one after the other.
So what's the parking on the Oh, the errors.
Yeah, it's just a couple of tweaks.
I'm sorry. I'm
Sorry.
sorry, councillor. Go,
So,
James.
let me explain the various parts of this, and you'll see an email from Natasha sent about an hour ago, which has the wording and explains it all. So this will add to, but in a couple of places supersede.
Councillors, can we listen, please, so we can get through?
This will add to, but in a couple of places supersede yesterday's motion on parking. And the way that we've done that is we've framed this one as not for the purposes of financial modelling, as a sort of final motion.
Can we put it up?
And you can see it on the screen there. So the first thing is it confirms that we'll move to 1 hour free parking from the 1st of October 2024. That's to give the team sufficient time to prepare for that change. And it notes that when we do so, we'll move to demand responsive pricing for the second hour. So that's a sort of new hour that we need to work out how we treat that in this new sort of regime. So that will be demand responsive pricing with start points of $3 for the first, $3 in high demand areas and $1 for, in lower demand areas of the central city. And then in all subsequent hours, i.e. hours 3 onwards, it will continue to be the case that short-term parking is charged at $6 per hour in the central city. Separately, for commuter fringe parking, we will move to, as was already the plan, we'll move to the $6 to $12 variants of demand responsive pricing, but that change will also be introduced on the 1st of October 2024, so that everything is changing on the same day and there's not confusion around different things starting on different dates.
Okay?
Quick.
Yeah.
I point out to the chamber, our motion was the successful motion regarding the period of years in the implementation.
Yep.
So I'm a little confused why this motion seems to be restating that and then adding other components. I thought the matter in front of us was the single technical matter of regarding the fee of the rates. And if it wasn't, then surely good manners would have been the original successful motion should be the mover and seconder.
Well, the original one was ours anyway yesterday, so I'm a bit confused.
Which lost.
As to what? Yeah, but there was it wasn't an amendment until we put a motion up.
Yes, but then respectfully through the chair, but when council then voted on the substantive motion, that is the motion and that was successful.
Well, so the new bits, the tidy-ups of what Angela and I are suggesting and are proposing, the bit that you already did, you're right, we can take that out and
Yeah.
acknowledge it was a collaborative process and reached your destination. But we do need to get the new bits in, don't we?
Yeah.
Can I just finish explaining the different parts? So then part 4, or part D on your screens, is around the rate. So this is a thing that I mentioned last night, and the proposal, as Natasha mentioned in her email, is that this will be continue to be charged at the full level for the next 2 years, whilst 1 hour free parking is in place, and then it would be removed.
We put, because Ewan's right about the top one, can we put confirms the move to 1 hour free parking and then adds all those additional ones that didn't get captured? Therefore, it acknowledges that we're confirming the motion as it went yesterday.
Jeff will be happy to second it.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you for suggesting it. I'm fine with that because it's really small time issue, really small time. Let's go. Question, we don't need any questions because I think everyone understands it. Ewan, would you like to debate?
Mayor Paula, can I just, sorry to interrupt. Is everyone clear on what James said at the end?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
For the 2-year
Yep.
period.
Well, I think we're all comfortable, aren't we? So let's go to the debate.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Sarah, it's got to be super quick.
Look, essentially, it will mean that some other work within that team does slow down, but it's asking the GM to work to I guess, reprioritise some work to enable the 50K for the NIWA data to enable a basic climate risk assessment. So it won't be to the level that it would have been with the full funding, the risk assessment work, but it will at least allow some basic work to occur.
Okay, one quick question each, I feel. Don't need to labour this.
And my quick question is, there seems to be a typo in line 2, year 1 of the only to fund. What should that say?
The LTP only, yeah. Yeah. So it's a one-off.
Quick question.
Question to Blair. What work won't occur in that first year as a result of this reprioritisation?
I haven't assessed that as yet, councillors, but it could be any activity across my group. So I wanted to just work with my management team just to work where we can reprioritise that consulting spend. So we have consultant budgets across all parts of my group, and of course council has resolved to reduce those by 10%. But the remaining portion, I'll just have to pre-allocate 50K to this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No. Do you need to debate?
No, I won't prolong things.
Okay, shall we go to the vote? Oh, unless someone else wants to debate. Hmm? No. What's happening?
2 seconds, Mark. Are you voting on this one? Wonderful, thank you. The motion is carried, noting 11 for, 1 against.
Okay. Rating breakdown. Okay. Yeah, go.
So, Amy, do you want to, so very much, most of the changes, or except for that parking one this morning, didn't have any financial effect. So what you saw this morning and what you're looking at now is just about identical, except for a 0.1% in the Mayor's recommendation, and that's purely around that revenue with the parking that we just did. So if you'll see on the board now, you'll see what those rates increases are, still with that 16, 15.5 and 14.6. And then as requested, you'll see that rates compounded down the bottom of what that looks like over the years and what that does. With regards to Ewan's motion, it's 18.5, no change from this morning, and no change for the 17.5 option either, so they look identical. The other thing that I had requested to put on the bottom of this, what interest is saved, so that's the difference between going back from the 18.5 to the 16.5, or the 17.5 back to the 16.5, and you'll see the interest saved down the bottom there. So at 18.5, the interest saved across the 10 years is 2.1 million, and at the 17.5, the total interest saved is 1.1 million.
We won't go through a whole bunch of questions and stuff, because I think we've had this, we've modelled it as we've gone along, we've had questions on all of it, and we are going to have time for debate, and the debate will be 5 minutes as we agreed at the beginning, so the debate is a long period of time. We should be able to cover everything off. So myself and Deputy Mayor O'Leary have moved this 16.5%, and that's it at the moment.
Yep, Councillor Wilson has moved the
As an amendment. As an amendment. Cool. Okay.
Sorry, could we go back and just do the suite of other motions for the purposes of financial
Okay.
amendments, and
So
then
we've signalled that nobody was of a mind to revisit any of the suite that we have already been through. So I'll move that they be accepted for the purposes of this final rate strike. Angela will second. We'll go to the vote very quickly on this one.
that's me listing out every single one that we've done for the purposes of financial modelling to swap them across to be for the purposes of preparing the long-term plan, noting that the original votes for each of the decisions still stands.
Thank you very much, councillors, and I think that's testimony to the fact that we've worked really hard over the last few days to debate everything, turn every stone over, and now we go.
Who hasn't voted?
Have we not got the result?
No. Who?
Anyway, it doesn't stop me saying what I'm saying. Thank you. The fact that we're not revisiting anything.
The motion
shows
is
that
carried
we have
unanimously.
Had a robust couple of we will go in. We're not having questions because we've had those all very much so. So I'm going to go into the debate and then Ewan can debate as the amendment. So I just want to get my head around it because it's been very complex. But thank you everyone. I want to acknowledge how far we've come. This, without doubt, and I've been in politics nearly 24 years, has been the most complex and difficult and testing and personally testing LTPs I've ever done for a variety of reasons. I do want to thank the public for their feedback. We must make now decisions in the best interest of our city's residents and take notice of what those who chose to submit have had to say to us also. Thank you, staff. Thank you, councillors. The budget now must be about listening to what we've heard, and that's what my proposal is about. The overwhelming feedback of submitters as they came through.
Point of order. This isn't the final. We were doing. Could governance please clarify this?
What are we doing?
This is the one we usually do 3 minutes, and it's the last one that we do the 5 minutes.
Yep.
Well, so I'm part way in 3 minutes.
No, but the clock had taken it. Sorry, Mayor Paul, I'm not trying to disrupt you. The clock had thought that you were 5 minutes. There's another item to come, which is the big summary, and I was just worrying that you were actually adding that. This is just over the rate increase.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the rates increase.
So maybe you could start again.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. I won't go through all the thank yous again. We've been turning over every rock and stone for months to look for savings. And collectively, we've explored all manner of ways to reduce costs. And there have been winners and losers along the way because of that. And we've all felt very passionate about some things, and we've all made concessions on some things. And actually, we've all had to compromise on some things to reach a result. The Chief Executive, in my view, has already made the staff leaner and more efficient with the staff reductions. And we've agreed to an additional level of staff changes through this process. While there are arguments to go further and reduce more, I couldn't support that because of the detrimental effect this would have on our city council and therefore on the city. I have always said I want to keep services and the way we do business to a very high standard. I've agreed to look after what we've got. You've seen me talk about putting the focus fairly and squarely on core services and looking after our city, potholes, playgrounds, parks, and the whole lot. There are, as Angela frequently has said throughout the process for the last 4 months, there are no pet projects in this one. There are no pet projects. We've got to look into investing for our city, support our CBD, and there's no perfect solution. So I believe we've reached a really good balance with this 16.5% rates increase. We are managing to run the city, look after what we've got, and to respond to the primary concern of submitters who walked into the chamber over the last period of time, which is reduce the rates. We just can't afford the 19.9. And in my view, the difference between 19.9 and 18 is too minimal and will make very little difference to the ratepayer. So I'm responding to the call for lower rates. I'm keeping the organisation running. There are so many things that are going, so much water to flow under the bridge. Three Waters, I've said from the very word go, we are so contingent on what we do with Three Waters going forward, which is why I've called for clarity and transparency about the costs. What does it cost us now, warts and all, and what will it cost us in the future? How do we tackle this? But this was about the right balance. Thank you. Sorry, let me just hit the button. Any more debate? Councillor Wilson. Oh, sorry, you are the amendment.
This particular item is purely to discuss the rate increase and the approach to what is a more fiscally prudent approach to managing the spending that we've all had an opportunity to debate, whether we won or lost issues. This is now the time when we try to set the most responsible rating strategy to fund that spending. Even if you don't agree with the spending, we've now got to be responsible and address the matter. And where I believe my amendment differentiates from Mayor Paula is, in my opinion, my amendment is more fiscally responsible. In my opinion, the Mayor's motion is simply a duplication of the behaviour that has led to the city being in its financial crisis. And in my opinion, that's because, again, we decide to borrow the gap between our true cost and what we're rating for, and that simply means the poor ratepayer pays more. And it cannot be more obvious in this particular micro-analysis other than Councillor Jeff and my amendment is at least $2.1 million more affordable, cheaper for the ratepayer over the 10-year plan. But more importantly, much more importantly, that not only is it fiscally more responsible, it addresses the issue of the debt headroom. We are one major crisis away from breaching our rates to revenue to debt, and then we'll lose our credit rating, and then our borrowing will skyrocket, and we will be in real trouble. And I also remind the chamber that the compounding, you had a few more minutes than me, Mayor Paula, the compounding effect of the Mayor's and the Deputy Mayor's motion is less financially prudent than my amendment.
Councillor Bitter.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. The feedback from the public was that 19.9% increase was unaffordable. The Mayor's proposal is a compounded increase of 54% in 3 years and just under 100% in 5 years. In my opinion, we have failed the public. We haven't done anywhere enough to reduce the rates rise. We have a couple of options before us, neither is acceptable. The Mayor's headline year one is slightly lower, but it doesn't solve our other problem, debt. The 10-year figure is an astonishing $2.5 billion. But what scares me is the lack of debt headroom. The Wilson Amendment is 1% higher at 3 years, but 1% lower at 5 years, but it does have a safer debt capacity. Like most ratepayers, I am left with no choice. I have to go for that safety because so many things go wrong. We have seen the DC projections that I simply don't believe we are going to get the money that we have put into the LTP calculations. And we need that safety, because if we breach our debt cap, those small adjustments that we have been working on for 3 days, all our gains and extra nice to haves and things in them, they are lost. I have to support Councillor Wilson's motion.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you very much, Mayor Paula. This is the pointy end of the day, and means an awful lot to our residents, whose overwhelming feedback was that they cannot afford a rates hike that we were talking about. Originally it was 25.5%, reduced through the first part of our process to 19.9%, and today we look at something that is a little bit more realistic and in line with other councils' projections around the country. 16.5 is a number that I'm a lot more comfortable with. It might not have been a position that I'd taken in previous debates around what our rate increase should be, and if you recall, I have been an advocate for having it higher in the past. But those were when the numbers were much lower, in fact, in single digits. And so I'm much more reluctant to increase this time around, especially in light of what we've heard from our residents. This also helps us to be able to, in a 3-year time frame, meet what we said we wanted to do at the very beginning, and that was balance our books within 3 years. And also to keep some debt headroom so that we have the opportunity to be able to respond to things that may come up during that time frame. And I think that this strikes that balance. It respects the request from our residents. It also acknowledges the huge headwinds that we have faced coming to this point. So I'll be supporting the Mayor's proposal at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Yes, of course we need to hear what our ratepayers and residents are saying. Of course we need to listen to what we heard overwhelmingly through the submissions process. But we haven't. And we will be profoundly disappointing them today. To be honest, I don't want to vote for either of these motions, but I'm going to have to. I agreed strongly with the comments that Councillor Bitter made a moment ago, and bear in mind that warning that he sounded about the impact of what may happen or not happen with development contributions, which is a significant factor in our future revenue. So I go back to what was the commitment I made to the voters. I said that I thought it was vital that we look to balance the books as soon as we can, because only then can we start getting serious about debt repayment. I think we've all accepted the fact that we will have to have a significant rates increase this year, painful as it is, and it is very painful across all areas of the city, all economic and socioeconomic spectrums. So reluctantly, I will go for the higher increase this time around, with a view to balancing the books faster, getting serious about our debt repayment. Therefore, I will support Councillor Wilson's amendment.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I too will be supporting Councillor Wilson's amendment for the reasons that I would like to make clear to you, clear to everyone. In my opinion, from what I've read in my basing this on the financial knowledge that I've gained over recent times, an increased rates percentage right from the start, an upfront, what we'll call an upfront substantial rate rise, followed by smaller predictable increases, can create a more stable and manageable financial environment for both our city and our residents. But I would add this must be followed by a more disciplined approach to the appropriation of all the funds we collect, and that is my non-negotiable. Thank you.
Any further voting? Debate? Being none? Oh, yes, sorry. Yes. Oh, quite a few. Deputy Mayor.
Oh.
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, no, go. I thought I was going to be the last one.
Oh, Councillor Naidu-Rowe.
I'm not prepared now. We started this conversation agreeing to balance the books in 3 years, and that, I think, has shaped every bit of modelling and decision-making we've made, because we told ourselves by year 3 we're going to balance the books, and to Councillor McIndoe's point, then we can start repaying some of the debt. But by making that decision, it's added a lot of pressure, and it's meant that we've had to look at double-figure rate rises because we've set a target of by year 3 we're balancing the books. So what I hope, sincerely hope, is that if any one of us are still here in the next LTP round, we remember this moment, because it's really difficult to have to go this high to balance the books in year 3, and then for future councils to worsen the situation. And I think, yeah, whoever is still here, if you can please remind the future council that we went through a very, very painful process to get to this point, that would be really appreciated. Focusing on the first 3 years, because we don't know what's happening with waters, and there's just so many moving parts. I have been tossing between Mayor Paula's and Councillor Ewan's motions. Both are not will probably not be received well. We heard loud and clear that people can't afford the rates increase. Out there in the real world, people are living off credit cards and living pay to pay. They're collecting extra interest on their mortgages and on their credit cards right now because they can't make the everyday payments. So I think that majority of the public will understand the extra interest that will incur with the 16.5.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, in my view, we have this week missed a golden opportunity to make the structural change to make the council a more fiscally sustainable organisation, which many of our submitters pleaded with us to do. And having missed that opportunity, I think the very least we can do is approve a rates figure that is the most fiscally responsible going forward. A transparent rate rise that gives us the most money up front, the most revenue up front that we can possibly get, that reduces interest rates across the LTP as much as we possibly can, and that reduces the risk in terms of the debt to revenue ceiling as much as possible. And Councillor Bidder quite correctly raised that point. It is very narrow in the Mayor's option, 276% to 285% in year 1. That's too close in my book. I feel we have a responsibility to strike a rate rise that accurately reflects our financial predicament and what is required, especially given that in my view, we've failed to take an opportunity to right the ship. And I think if we fail to follow through on the spending cuts that we signalled in the draft LTP, the least we can do is now front up with the best financial solution from here on in. And I think that's the 18.5%. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I'll support the motion with the 16.5 to begin with. Both balance the books in 3 years, both end up as a similar cumulative increase over the next 3 years. What the motion does provide, though, is a little bit more ability for people to plan for increased payments rather than a really big jump. It's still a big jump, but it's a little. It isn't as the same shock that the 19.9% would have been, or the 18.5 will be. So, giving people the ability to plan their budgets and to take account of these rates rises is important. It is a really unfortunate position that we're in. A lot of the councils around the country are also grappling with high rates increases, and it's a really tough time for people. Interest rates, if you've got a mortgage, are just nasty at the moment, and you know that they will far outstrip what any rates increase we will set today. But you know that's putting huge pressure on households at the moment. So I do think that the ability to make this a more consistent increase across the 3 years is the better option for people in terms of being able to plan. Thank you.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor O'Leary. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Moko's been waiting. Do you mind?
Oh, no, go.
Sorry, Moko. Apologies.
Whichever way we look at both of these options, people are going to be hurt financially by it. What I did hear during the submission period from our submitters was their desires for us to bring that rate down, amongst a whole host of other things that they wanted us to do. And I think over these last couple of days, we have in large been able to work together on some pretty tricky things, which brings us to this point of what a rate increase, whether it's 16.5 or 18%, is still going to adversely affect our people out there. Amongst those people are a number of Māori whānau who already sit at the lower end of the economic table, and that's a very unfortunate reality of the situation. And so whether it's either of these proposed rates, they are going to experience some economic challenges, and that's a fact. I am encouraged by some of the decisions that we have made over the last couple of days with regards to offering up as much as we possibly can to support some of our community organisations, because they are going to be the ones that are going to have to pick up some of the shortfall when our ratepayers are not going to be able to go and enjoy some of the luxuries that some of us in here get to enjoy. They're not going to be able to potentially go to the zoo or buy some of the food and things that we get to enjoy, and that's a reality of the decision that we are about to make.
So
my first response is to
Moko, if you can finish your last comment for this debate, we'll have another debate shortly, but you're over time.
My first response is to those people who have asked us to lower our rates, and that's why I'll be supporting the 16.5% rates. Kia ora.
Much. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yes, I'll be supporting the 16.5% proposal. It's still a considerable increase and more than we've had for quite some time. But we've had to cut more than we ideally would want to. There's been considerable cuts and deferrals that we've all accepted And I think that that shows that all of us are committed to you're doing the best we can by the community. There's no pet projects that I can see in this LTP. It's a very constrained budget. And I think it just, responds to the cost of living pressures that people are facing right now in the best way that we can. So I support the 16.5.
Thank you. When we started this journey, we looked at rates starting from 32% rates rise in year one. And before consults, we managed to find cuts enough to bring it down to 19.9. Both motions today before you will bring that down further, and they will both hurt the people of Hamilton. What may be the headline is the rates, but what may not be is the debt headroom, which we are scarily close to, and if we breach, will have some serious consequences. If we we have continued the behaviour of borrowing to cover our spending. This trend has led us to a worrying financial position that we are in. The lower rates rise may be attractive in year one, but then will only increase later on. And this just reinforces the behaviour that we've been on and kicking the can down the road. I look at the $74 million headroom that Councillor Wilson's motion creates over 5 years over the Mayor's motion, and I'm worried about what this could mean for us in a time of crisis. On top of this, it also saves $2.1 million in interest. I note that neither motion is palatable for our communities, but Councillor Ewan's motion is the most fiscally responsible, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. I've heard comments in the, goodness me, bless you. I've heard comments in the chamber over the last few days, and particularly now as we set the rates, that it's taken a long time to get here, and it has, because it's a revenue problem. And that's not just me saying that. Many people say that. Councils say that. Economists in New Zealand, much smarter than all of us put together in this room, say that. But I understand that's not a narrative that will attract a headline. Saying that it's a spending issue and that it's this council's spending issue is a narrative that would attract the headline. 2,326 responses from our submissions commented on the city finances, and 20%, which I have never seen before, said that they will be personally and socially impacted by high rates increases. They asked us to reduce spending, but were critical of the fact that we only made very broad suggestions of what the cuts might be. It's not a spending issue and it's not a behaviour, but I understand the narrative doesn't work for some. It is a revenue problem. We can't expect the ratepayers today, on the 5th of July when we strike the rates, to fix that in year one. It is a revenue problem. We could slash and burn our way through every single unit in this organisation until all we do is deliver roads and waters. We still would end up with high rates increases because it's a revenue problem. But I understand that doesn't make great headlines. I believe and I have faith that the work that every single council in New Zealand is doing to pressure the government to tell them it is a revenue problem will work. I think we take Three Waters out, that'll help with revenue. And yeah, that's all I have to say. So clearly I'm supporting the motion.
Yep, right of reply, if I may. Just a couple of things, so I know we've got closing remarks as well. I've heard a couple of things I was a bit confused of. We started at 16.3, that was the Mayor's proposal in the beginning. We've now got to 16.5. There was a mention of 30-something. Just in terms of balancing the books, both of these scenarios balance the books in year three the same. So I just wanted to clear that.
Didn't say we moved rates at 32%.
I've never proposed in a draft budget 30%. But anyway, my turn to debate. I think that's the clearer position. The fact of the matter is I proposed a budget out of the gate of 16.3% because the Chief Executive felt that that was a fair balance and achievable. Just in terms of now, this is the responsible decision at a time in the middle of a cost of living crisis. We see the cost of groceries going up. Sarah's talked about the cost of mortgages. Everything's going up for everyone, businesses and households and ratepayers, and it's a really difficult time. And my approach is quite simple and quite responsible. I'm trying to find the biggest softener on rates at this hard time that I can while keeping the organisation robust. We've all made concessions to tackle affordability today, right now, while it hurts. Some wanted to end free parking but changed course on the journey. Some wanted more staff gone but conceded. That's politics. Some wanted to balance the books in year one but conceded and went away from that idea. So we've been balancing and juggling to find a suitable outcome for the ratepayers. I believe this is the responsible decision for ratepayers. In the beginning, when the rates went from my proposed 16.3 up into the 25% and then down to 19.9, we had nothing to offer. But in this budget, we've been able to add some support to the community, to the environment and more. But we still managed to keep a reasonable rate strike at the time when people need it most. We'll go to the vote, please. Everybody understand that's the 18%? Councillor Moko, do you understand? Pardon?
He's got a yes up there.
No, it's for the amendment. Councillor Moko, do you understand, because you spoke to the 16.3, which is fine, have you changed your mind in going to the 18.5? Because you've got a vote in affirmative.
Sorry, I was thought we were voting on the motion.
No, we're voting on the amendment. Can we clear and start?
Okay,
again?
then I need to change my votes.
Well, vote again, please. And Moko has verbally responded that his vote is against.
Yeah, I reckon.
It's not very safe.
Yeah. He's done it.
He's on a try.
Who hasn't? Thank you.
He had pulled it.
The amendment is lost, 8 against 6-4.
Okay, so that becomes the substantive motion.
No, we then go back,
Pardon?
we go back to the motion.
The motions, yeah. Sorry, we go back to the motion. Sorry, we'll go to both of the motions.
Are we voting on the amendment again?
Voting on the motion now. Motion.
We're now voting on the motion.
We need to do it again?
There he goes.
The motion is carried, 8-4, 6 against.
Okay. And what's left?
1 second, I'll just.
Can I see it up big?
Maybe.
go into the debate, and I am the mover, so I will start the debate. And just want to say thank you for the supportive way in which councillors have worked over this really complex process. We've been working for many, many months to deal with the financial pressures that we face. Many months, many workshops, a number of meetings. And thank you all for the efforts that you've made on behalf of the public to find a way forward that is more affordable. Am I super happy at the end of this day because I was able to post a 16.5% rates increase? No, not really. Nobody would be. And I said at the very beginning, no mayor around the country wants to put a double-digit rates increase up, but the majority are, because Angela is quite right. This has got to do with interest rates, inflation, depreciation. Now, how many times have we heard those big three mentioned? We've heard from the economists. We know what's going on in the New Zealand economy. We know this will soften in time, but not just yet. So that was the backdrop. And then in addition to that, we heard from our community who are also facing big pressures. And they were needlessly alarmed and anxious, and in some cases angry. They won't love me for a 16.3% rates increase, but I have done my best to turn over every opportunity for savings that I could possibly find. But I said at the beginning, I want to keep this council robust and working for the people it represents. That is why I could not support gutting the staff any further, because to do so would undermine our levels of service, and it would actually undermine the morale and quality of work that we can do here in the organisation, and I won't do that. So I have heard the people. I will continue over the next year with the annual plan, with the three waters, with RMA changes, with whatever tools come my way to find further savings on behalf of the ratepayers, to get that affordability balance back. I will also be advocating strongly to central government, because we know we cannot go it alone, and we've been saying that for 3 years since we first started talking about moving Three Waters. We've been saying that for over 3 or 4 years through the Economic Development Committee, when we've said we can't build all the infrastructure that we need without government on board. We need a city deal, we need a partnership, we need a way forward. We've been talking to New Zealand Transport Agency in the same way and saying, the funding doesn't work. The timing of your decision making doesn't work, it doesn't line up. So it's incredibly difficult for us to make a long-term plan when the New Zealand Transport Agency has not released its budget, when the government has not actually, they've released their budget, but they haven't released all the detail around their 100-day plan. We know what the plan is, we don't know what the detail is yet. And I know they're working hard to get the detail out, for example, on Two Waters, and some did come out last week, but we're still lacking detail to understand what that means for us. So this is the most uncertain playing field I've ever played in. There has been more disruption in the last 6 years than I've ever known in local government. More unfunded mandates, more complexity, and less money. And that's the crux of this problem at the end of the day. Councillor Wilson.
There is no one in this debating chamber would disagree that we are now in financial crisis. Over the last year or two, I think I have observed, in my opinion, some elected members suggesting it wasn't a financial crisis, but I think I've heard again and again people accepting it's a financial crisis, and it is, let's be honest. We're currently $1 billion of debt. We're paying $100,000 a day just in interest, just to service our borrowings. At the end of the 10-year plan, we'll be spending over $300,000 a day just in interest. That means at the end of the LTP, 30,000 households' rate payments will be going to pay our debt. There is some suggestion, and I've heard it frequently raised by those, in my opinion, who have a higher propensity to spend, that it is a revenue problem. They roll it out, in my opinion, as a defence. But common sense would say, in my opinion, that if you know what you've got to spend, you cut your cloth to fit. You don't spend what you like and then claim, oh, but I should have had more because there's an imbalance and the government should have given us our GST back. All aspirational goals, but you make the decisions on what you've got now, not on what you would like to see happen. The reality is other councils in this country are doing better than us. They are facing the same headwind, definitely. But they have done better than us in the management. And in my opinion, under Worship Southgate, in my opinion, some of that leadership has been lacking. And I reiterate some fine examples. 3 or 4 years ago, because we were in a financial crisis, we provided a 1% discount in our rates. That was the equivalent of a few dollars per household, but has compounded to $10 million. We've had some discussion now from Mayor Paula that during this period of uncertainty with Three Waters, it makes things really difficult, while ignoring, in my opinion, that in fact we had a choice. We had a choice coming into this process to delay the long-term plan. We could have simply issued an annual plan to wait for more certainty, but we didn't. And one can't forget some perfect examples the community will not forget of what they believe, and in my opinion they're correct, frivolous spending. We have created a network of speed humps throughout the city and have caused congestion and discontent, and ratepayers have seen it. They're not silly because they have to bump over everywhere. Even the fire brigade and the ambulance service is saying this is not helping, and potentially, in my opinion, lives could be lost. But we ploughed on until recent times. And I think that will be a legacy. It will ultimately be a legacy, in my opinion, of the chair of the Transport Committee who's governed that for the last 6 years. The reality is this is not a good LTP. We have left $80 million of staff cuts that were on the table. We have left $6 million of cuts that we could have done by not putting a community house in year 6 during a financial crisis. If we had taken those steps of financial responsibility, maybe we could have afforded a 16.5% rate increase. But the good news, and there is good news, and it's going to be like a sunrise coming very soon. We finish this process and we go straight back into an annual plan. And we then go straight into a variation on an LTP. And it's going to run right up until the election. And then the ratepayers, not a chair who can use, in my opinion, the discretion to suit herself, in my opinion, but the voters who will decide who they want sitting around this table making financial decisions for the betterment of the ratepayers. So I will be voting against this LTP because it's fiscally irresponsible and formed poorly, and we have ignored opportunity to make the cuts that were required.
Thank you. Any further debate? No further debate? Oh, Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, highlight from my perspective what I see as some wins in this LTP discussion. We did look at a lot of cuts that would have impacted our community quite significantly, and we managed to claw our way back from those. And I think what we realised in the process is that when we talk about our budgets, the amount, of 100,000 may seem not significant to us, but it's incredibly significant to our community. So I think the restoration of the community grants is a significant win for our community. And we are facing a rates increase, and that will be tough, but I think it would have been a double whammy effectively, because those cuts save us very little in terms of rates and debt. And I just want to acknowledge in particular the staff, because I think the proposed cuts to staff were incredibly difficult to work our way through, but I think they were particularly even more difficult for our staff, and the stress that has caused, that's been significant. So I just take my hat off to the staff who've navigated this so well. And I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Kesh. I feel like through this process we've worked together really well, and I know that we sit at opposite ends sometimes of a political spectrum, but I think we agree a lot and have done through this process, because we both share a concern and care for the community, which I think is actually shared broadly amongst this council as well. In terms of speed bumps, even through the LTP process, we had people asking for them. So, they're not going to go away. Outside schools in particular, they are so needed in so many areas. And we heard that from our submitters. So I think, yes, there's some new processes afoot thanks to the Deputy Mayor, and I really appreciate that. But I think that we need to keep talking about how we keep people safe in our city. I just want to thank everybody who's been able to maintain respect for one another during this process, because I think it's not been easy. No one's found it easy. So just thank you for all the good times, good behaviour times that we've had. We've had some moments, but just thank you for respect when there's been it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Yeah, look, I'm going to vote against this LTP because this was a moment to make a change and the council hasn't taken it. I heard a comment earlier that we've looked under every rock and stone for savings, and, well, we've left alone one massive boulder because it was too hard. I think back to other LTPs, and there were always various projects that some voted for and some didn't, and there were all sorts of issues with that. But it was always trifling, it was trifling in the grand scheme of things. You could say, oh, you should have voted for that, or you shouldn't have voted for that. But this time there was one big element, the 105 million cuts over 10 years that we actually signalled in the draft LTP, that really could have made a difference in making this council more sustainable financially going forward. But we missed the boat. And I almost wish that we'd talked more about that particular decision, because I think it was such a huge decision in this LTP. I wish we'd kind of analysed it more in a way during these 3 days, explored it more, because I think it's a huge miss. And maybe we couldn't do that because, because of the gravity of the cuts and the impact on staff. Maybe it had to be the adversarial way we did it because of the impact of people's lives on the building. But I think the result is we've taken a path of least resistance. And I think this was not the result that our community wanted or needed. Because beyond the pain of the rates rise, which certainly was big in the LTP submitters, there was also, I felt, a real fear that we weren't managing the city's finances responsibly. And we are in a bad position. So much so that whatever cuts we made in this LTP, it was going to barely have any impact on year one, because we've so much debt and so much interest to pay. That's how bad it was. 100K in interest a day. And by the end of the LTP, up to 300,000. And there were some comments earlier on, which I acknowledge, that everyone's to blame. There's no councillors around this table who can hold their hand up and not say they've played a part. Fair enough, there's some truth in that. But couldn't we have drawn a line in the sand this time? Because it just feels like we continue to continue the behaviour of the past. And it is a spending problem. We did have a mandate to make cuts from the residents. They didn't know exactly what cuts we were proposing, but they were prepared for some. 60% indicated they could stomach it. It was us who couldn't stomach it. And I've never seen some of the residents who came in to make submissions. There were people who were actually really worried about the city going broke. They were really worried. Some of them were literally begging us, saying, how did you get into this mess? What are you going to do about it? They really wanted us to find a solution. And look, hell of a hard for staff, and of course there will always be some pushback in terms of cuts. And I get that. But as governors, there are times where we have to make the horrible calls and be strong and brave enough to resist that pressure for the good of the city. And this was certainly one of those times. And we didn't. I think we dropped the ball, and I can't support the LTP for that reason.
Councillor Bitter.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. The most powerful drug in the world is opium. Not the stuff from poppies, but OPM, other people's money. It is incredibly addictive because it is always the solution to all problems. Need a theatre or more orange cones? Other people's money. Need to maintain last year's budget? Other people's money. Need to feel good by handing out grants or cheaper houses? Other people's money. The sugar rush of helping people is a fantasy. All you are really doing is robbing Peter to pay Paul. We have finally run out of other people's money. There is no point saying we should have had higher rates rises in the past. That does not magically give the ratepayers more money to pay now. There is no point begging the government to give us GST. The government would need to get its money from the same people. There is no point believing Three Waters will save us. The same ratepayers will pay a Waters bill to a council-controlled organisation. It is the same money paid to the same people, paid by the same people. Something that, in my opinion, some people keep forgetting. 54% more OPM over 3 years. Nearly 100% over 5 years. While borrowing $2.5 billion over 10 years. Some of those other people don't have that money. If some of you want to call it a revenue problem, in my opinion, you're missing the point. There isn't any more revenue. It is a spending problem. If you disagree with that, then at least accept that controlling spending is all we have left. We have not done enough. Part of the problem is that our infrastructure costs are 4 times the OECD average. We have to get it down to twice the OECD average, which is still way too much, but that would at least halve our capital expenditure. We need to get into the detail of staff work and contracts to change the way we do core business. We need to get back to basics. Maybe that will result in a future LTP that I can support, but I can't support this one. Thank you.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Kia ora, colleagues. It's been 3 long days, these ones, and 6 long months. But for me, this LTP has been really about people and about the needs of all of our groups right across the city. We've heard from and listened to and had conversations with our developers, with community groups, arts sector. We've heard from residents. We've had direct contact with our businesses and business owners, and balancing all of their wants and needs is completely impossible, but it's what we're being asked to do. And as leaders of the city and in charge of the purse, we need to be able to take the best solutions together. And I think that that's what we've had the chance to do over these 3 days, really focus our views and be able to make the best decisions. We've changed our DC policy to provide houses for new residents that are coming into Hamilton and for those that are currently here. That's really positive in my mind. Community groups have told us that they thrive on goodwill and that they attract volunteers into their causes. And when they get the right support, they contribute more than the investment we can make in them. And they're returning the funding to us across that whole sector is multiplied many more times than what our original investment looks like. We've also asked our chief executive to make some really hard decisions, but we need to give him the best tools in order to be able to do that. We need to treat all of our workers really fairly, I believe, especially those who earn the least. And so it's critical to me that we keep our living wage, and I'm really proud of us being able to make that stand. But there's further decisions that will need to be made by our chief executive, and I trust that he's going to be able to make them in a really humane way that will support already the cuts that have been made around the Future Fit process. Because I just know that when employees feel valued and have a reasonable workload, that they'll perform their best and we'll all benefit from that. Residents, they've been really clear with us about what they want us to do with these rates. They wanted us to get it down to as low as we can. And we've tried, and we've talked to them about the value that they receive. We've talked about the other rating authorities around us in the Waikato to show that value. But I still get it, that they're asking us to be able to make that as low as possible for them so that it's affordable and that their pockets are respected, and I can do that. So the changes that we're making to those rates aren't done easily, but it makes a significant difference for us as a city in being able to afford the plans that we've talked about and that we're making. I believe we've made the right choices over these last months and days. I've worked really hard with the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and other councillors to be able to reach this point, and I hoped that as a whole group we would have been able to do that as well. Together we aim to build a plan that is fair, sustainable and that's prosperous for everyone. This long-term plan isn't about making dramatic claims or exaggerated claims, in my view. Thank you. Yes. Our council isn't broke, in my view. In my view, we're not wasting money. We've made decisions based on, in my view, careful analysis, rigorous investigation and thoughtful consideration. This is the approach that will lead to the best outcomes for our community. And I want to extend my thanks to Tracy and her team. They've worked well beyond what we've worked after these hours and have brought us the very best of information to make our decisions. I want to thank all of our general managers also who, with their teams, have put hundreds of pages together for us to make these best decisions as well. I want to thank Mayor Paula and Deputy Mayor for being available to our ideas and views and finding the best way forward for us. And finally, a Chief Executive who, through all of this, has helped to guide us in our decision making. Kia ora and thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Let me start with something positive. That is that most of the debates that we've participated in over the last 3 days, I think, have been respectful. I know some have disagreed with that, but this place is infinitely more courteous and thoughtful than another chamber I used to occupy. And I also want to echo comments that some have already made about how well we've been supported by our staff in their responses to our requests for information, all the financial modelling that they have done, the extra hours that I know that they've been working late into the evening. So thank you all. That is appreciated, and I know that not only in this chamber but throughout the council operation, this will have been a very tough, demanding, worrying time for our staff. This morning I received an anguished call from a long-time Hamilton business owner. He was clearly distressed. Our rates proposals are probably driving him and his business out of our city. It's a medium-sized employer, a long-time business owner, an iconic business. I won't say more because I don't want to embarrass him by identifying him. His premises may suffer a significant decline in their resale value because of the decisions that we're making in this long-term plan. His employees now face a very uncertain future. And of course, he and his business will not be the only ones. Throughout the submission process, we heard repeatedly about challenging financial circumstances and widespread alarm about the unaffordable rates increase proposals. We said we were listening. But have we taken any notice? Have we really made the tough decisions to ease the pain while focusing on balancing the books and repaying debt for future generations, not just our own? I can't help feeling that we've failed in our process, failed in our ability to turn the good ship Hamilton around, and failed to respond to the clear calls that we heard from our ratepayers and residents throughout the submissions process. In many ways, we've not only failed to hear their strong calls to focus on the major problems we face as a city, balance the books, stop debt from spiralling out of control, and avoid horrendous rates increases, which will see rates demands more than double before the end of the decade. This will lead to many more people being forced to take out reverse mortgages, elderly people in a very vulnerable position in particular, or to be rated out of their homes. And I am more than profoundly disappointed about that. I'm very angry on their behalf. All of us came into this process knowing how difficult it would be, and I think we all accepted that some major rates increases would be inevitable. But the onus was on us to do everything we could to keep major rates increases to a minimum, those increases to a minimum level by reducing the costs of our own operation, cutting back in all non-essential areas, and we have not done that over the last 3 days. In fact, we've made things worse by failing to stick to the decision we made a few weeks ago to cut back our payroll significantly over the next decade. Last week, I was so disappointed by the narrow defeat of my motion calling for a change in our governance model and a reduction in our council numbers. Of course, that would have resulted in some significant savings over the period of this long-term plan. And it was up to us to show some leadership on our part and a willingness to share in the pain that we're inflicting on our ratepayers. But we failed to do that, and we failed to show leadership again this week with many of the decisions that have been made. Only in taking the bridge out of the picture have we done anything really significant to reduce the impact. We have avoided the tough calls when courage was required. With respect, in my view, We haven't turned over every rock and stone to find savings. We haven't made the tough decisions ratepayers were asking for. And as I said at the outset, it's not just the immediate impact. I fear for our children, who I'm sure we would all want to continue to live in this wonderful city. I fear for our vulnerable folk. I fear for the elderly. I fear for our business owners and their staff. I fear for the future of our city. We are right on the brink, at the precipice, and at the moment, we are failing our city.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
One of the things that I learnt from my good friend, former councillor Dave McPherson, was he said to me, if it's important to you, Ange, keep banging on about it, because that worked for him in his 21 years. He said, keep banging on about it. I'll get to that point in a minute. Look, it's really easy to criticise others. It's easy to criticise others' decisions, what they're passionate about, say that they're ideological, and we've heard lots of that over the 3 days. It's also really easy, and my caveat here, of course, is all of this is my opinion. It's really easy to vote against this final plan now. Let's blame the Mayor. It was her plan. But I thank the Mayor. And I've seen a few times over the years some members not vote against a final plan, knowing that the majority will and it will go through. So thankfully enough, I think, will, because how incredibly fiscally irresponsible would it be for a plan not to go through and then we can't strike the rates? Suddenly all revenue pretty much stops. The fact that, and this is where I'm channeling Dave McPherson, the fact that there is very little understanding that there is a revenue problem is perplexing to me. It's not a revenue problem. I've heard it's not a revenue problem. There's no more revenue, but that is the problem. And this is not my idea, but I am going to bang on about it. There has to be a fairer distribution between local and central government. We provide the majority of the infrastructure in our district, but we don't have the majority of funds from our district. Central government do. We need more funding tools to break the cycle. And it's the same cycle we've had since 1905. As a percentage of GDP, rates has not risen across New Zealand higher than 4% in 119 years. As a percentage of GDP, rates have not risen above 4% in 119 years. And yet the tax system, as a comparison of a percentage of GDP, has risen more than 40%. It's a revenue problem. Look, thank you, Mayor Paula, for showing leadership. You have been working on the 6-point plan for a long time. You have been working with myself and other colleagues, and I appreciate that. And I think you have shown leadership in the toughest time that I've seen, in the toughest LTP. And you should be thanked for that. And I know it's not pleasant to put a double digits rates increase. I want to thank CEs, there's only one of you, the CE and the senior leadership team for, first of all, putting up with us. I know it's not easy. I know that when you're in the hot seat and you're getting questioned, that's not easy, and it's not pleasant for some of us to watch at times. I want to thank all of your teams as well for the incredible work that you've done to deliver the hard work that sits behind all of this. And Amy, I always turn to you. You're amazing for what you do, for how simple you make everything and how you turn our gobbledygook, except for Sarah, because she's amazing at doing that as well, into plain English and easy to understand resolutions. I think we had over 40 votes through this process. And lastly, I want to thank my colleagues. I appreciate your candour. To some of you that sit closer to my political spectrum, we can differ on our votes and still don't attack each other, and we respect each other, and I appreciate that. and I've enjoyed working with many of you over this time. So this is not pleasant. I'm sure the headline won't be pleasant, but it is the best that we'll look at Stephen. It is the best that we have done in a revenue problem that we have had and faced for 119 years. Thank you.
Donovan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Angela, for your kind words. In my opinion, seems to be the bit I need to add to my gambit, so here goes. The decisions we are considering and making are and will be tough, but existing home and property owners are all the beneficiaries of past investment, and I don't want our children to grow up in a city where older generations are not prepared to invest in their present and their future. I challenged myself at the start of this LTP to act with courage, the courage to vote in a way that addresses the real issue, and again, in my opinion, it is debt. I make no secret of the fact that I will vote and act without thinking of self-preservation. No one's going to remember me for shiny new things. I want them to remember me for being fiscally responsible. I cannot support 16.5% rates increase in year one, followed by the additional increases. We need to reduce the debt, and we need to do it quickly. So I will not be supporting this LTP.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Listening to debate, in my opinion, just to preempt a point of order, you would get the impression that there was a massive difference between elected members in terms of the spending decisions in this long-term plan. Actually, the biggest difference, when you look at it, we all agreed that to stop the work on the bridge and to instead shift that money to waters. We all agreed to push out hundreds of millions of dollars of capital projects. We've all lost projects that we cared dearly about, or have seen them pushed back to further out, to the point where we don't know whether they'll happen or if they'll just get pushed out again. Every elected member in this room has let go of things that they care about deeply. So the staff and service level cuts, we also compromised on that, and I think we found a good compromise in the end, although there will still be jobs lost as a result of that. But we'd already cut 7.8% of staff in this organisation. That's already more than the cuts that the government are asking from its ministries and agencies. The proposed cuts would have taken us close to 15% reductions of staff in an organisation in a short period of time, and when the city is growing fast, the fastest growing city in the country, and we suddenly cut 15% of staff. I believe that it would have absolutely gutted the organisation. We were told that it was a high-risk option, but some elected members were happy to turn a blind eye to that risk, or at least they were happy to take on that risk, but I was not. I believe that we would have decimated staff morale having to go through a large restructure all over again when we've just gone through one. It would have led to more mistakes, poorer quality of service to the community, a loss of skilled people. We would have lost a huge amount of collective knowledge from the organisation, and the community would have been poorer for that. We would be in a position where in later years we'd be relying more on consultants, would be clawing back some of those staffing levels, because we would have realised that it wasn't actually sustainable. It was not a financially sustainable option to cut staff at such a deep level, particularly with those enabling service cuts and the cuts that were essentially unspecified, in my opinion. It also would have meant a lower level of service to the community, which, when I believe that amenity levels in the city are already poor, and if we weren't so financially constrained, this LTP, one of the things I would have put up was to actually pick up more of the litter around our city and deal with more of the weeds. Honestly, when I walk to work, it is disgusting. So, and one day I will bring in a bag of litter from my house to this council building, and you'll be amazed at how much is there. And look, it reduces the pride that we have in our city, but then to go even further in terms of cutting amenity, and I recognise some of those things weren't put up, but others were, beer gardens, gravel in our intersections, dirtier bus stops, trees that aren't replaced, weeds taking over gullies, fading road markings, gravel-filled intersections, all of those things that would have further deteriorated our city. So I believe that actually we have landed on a balance that I'm happy with. I'm gutted to have let go of the bridge. I think that we should preserve the land so that it's still, we don't preclude it as an option in the future, but I wouldn't be surprised if it never happens. This is going to be a really difficult rates rise to put out to the community. We have a lot of work to do. I do believe that Three Waters and addressing that is helpful, because what it does do is actually help us to spread the cost of intergenerational infrastructure instead of having to put a huge amount of that cost up front onto the community because we're not able to borrow for it. But it also gives us the opportunity, if we do it right and work with our regional partners, to find economies of scale and find efficiencies in procurement in other areas. So we have a lot more work to do and I do hope, actually, in my last remarks, that we do all learn from this, because there are decisions made over years that I would have done differently too. And I hope that this is a collective learning opportunity for all. Thanks.
Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, this is a gruelling process and a truly harrowing budget to deal with, especially as a first-timer. It hasn't been easy. We've spent months shifting out things, putting back things, modelling this, modelling that, asking questions. And I do want to thank staff for their late nights and ongoing support throughout these past few months, because each one of us have relied heavily on them for information and assistance, and I know it hasn't been easy, and I do want to thank them. I also want to thank my colleagues for their support and our debates throughout this process. We haven't always agreed, but I think finding a compromise where we can has been important. We went out to the public and heard strongly from them, loud and clear, we cannot keep spending. This is simply not sustainable. And I also thank those submitters who took the time to come see us and write to us. We heard from many that have never come in before, who were saying just that. So we tried to make cuts and direct spending with what's left to those who need it most. But I am disappointed by the outcome today. Many cuts haven't been supported, and as a result of this, we will spend more. That may have been okay, but as we have been reminded, it is a revenue issue. And we have just now made the decision to not, in my opinion, be clear with the ratepayers and start with appropriate rate rise in year one with 18.5%, and instead going with a lower year one only to raise it higher in later years. As a result of this, we are foregoing a crucial $74 million in debt headroom, which, as we know, even throughout this short months of process, could be eaten up in a moment on depreciation, on inflation, and interest changes alone. No one in this chamber enjoys making cuts or putting up a double-digit rate rise. The easy thing is to say yes to everything and continue as we were, but eventually we have to face the music. I think the significant numbers that we have been looking at leave us with very little room to hide. We must react. And I think in this case, we haven't gone as far as we need. We have not been fiscally responsible, and I fear this will be this chamber's legacy. And that is why I cannot support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thank you. In 2022, I didn't run for council thinking this was going to be easy, nor even in 2019 when I first ran. I was under no impression that I was inheriting a council that had adequately increased rates over the past decades. I was under no impression that I was inheriting a council that had adequate revenue sources to ensure a diversity of income. I went into this eyes wide open, knowing that this would be an incredibly challenging job. I have said time and time and time again that even I am become tired of saying it, that I have not liked many of the motions that even I voted for, but if I was going to describe this LTP, this would be the LTP of lesser evils. Nature in the city is slashed, transport budgets slashed a little bit less than they could have been, but slashed nonetheless. Budgets that enable us to enact our key strategies, slashed. A whole bridge, slashed. All of these are projects that council had previously approved because we had aspirations. We wanted a green city, and I do mean that literally. We wanted a city where people don't die from injuries sustained by a moment's mistake on our roads. But ultimately today, and particularly this afternoon, the rhetoric has been about austerity, and that we need more austerity still. There was also a lot of discussion over the past 3 days about myself being a young person, a passionate young person. And I just want to reiterate to the chamber that I am in fact very, very average. The average age of people in Hamilton is 31, and I'm 31. But I'm not just a passionate young person. I'm a passionate young person who has worked in public service, who worked in the DHB and went through restructure after restructure after restructure. I'm a young person who understands what it is to provide core services because at 26 I was running an electricity company. So none of these decisions have come easily, and the perspective that I have brought has been one of lived experience. I want to apologise to our staff because our staff are not responsible for inflation, or if they are, I'll be incredibly shocked. I don't think we pay anyone well enough for that. Our staff are not responsible for high interest rates. They are not responsible for depreciation as the three major things affecting our budget. I also want to apologise to the communities who will still miss out because, like I said, we have slashed and slashed and slashed and slashed. But there are some small wins. When I go home tonight, I will hold on to these as tightly as I can. The staff we've got left will still be paid a living wage. Woohoo. There'll be some theatres still with their lights on. Woohoo. Our community organisations who support those on the breadline and who are most marginalised by systems of power will still have somewhere to go. Yeah. But ultimately, like I said, this is the budget of lesser evils. This is the best we could do when we knew this was going to be extraordinarily difficult. So like I've said time and time again across these last 3 days, I don't like any of this, but I will accept this as the best that we can do, and I want to acknowledge the Mayor for the best that we can do.
Thank you. You've all said it. This has been a really, really, really difficult process over not just 3 days, but months of it. And we've all asked hundreds of questions at all times of the day, not pointing at anybody, but we've challenged and we've questioned. Up until late last night, I was still looking through budget lines going, what if we just didn't do this and do that? But I really, I mean, I get the narrative that we could have done more. I totally understand that. And, and thank you to those elected members for challenging the organization. We should be doing that. That's our job. Personally, when those options were presented to us, I just, as chair for community and looking at the roles that would have been affected, I knew, working in the community, that the people who live here would not have wanted that. And that was my gut feeling. It was not because I liked the mayor. It was not because it was a political stance. It was my gut feeling. And I was telling Sarah the other day, my gut feelings brought me this far. So I trust it at the moment. And I can trust that we've looked at every part that we could have. Could we have done more? Of course we could have done more. But every decision we make carries risk. And it's how comfortable you are with that risk determines your decisions. This LTP that we're signing off, or I think we're signing off today, there's a lot of unknown, and it carries a lot of risk that none of us, I think, are comfortable with. In terms of waters, we don't know the future of waters. Transport, we've accounted for a lot of revenue from NZTA. We have no clue if we're getting that. When I look at our DC policy, we've added or we've reduced it by $63 million of revenue in the hope that we might not stifle growth and that we still can encourage people to develop in Hamilton. We don't know if they're going to do that. We don't know if it's enough. We're selling a whole bunch of assets. We don't know what the market is going to be like in the next 6 to 12 months. We don't know if it's even going to sell for a good enough price to bring the gains that we're hoping for it to bring. So when I look at this plan, it's nowhere near perfect. But I take comfort in knowing that we've all gone through this process for the last however many months, and this is where we've arrived. I've heard a lot about debt and how bad debt is, and I agree to an extent. We don't want to be drowning in debt. Some of us have young families. We don't want them paying for debt all their lives as well. But we are growing. We are the fastest growing city in the country, and with it comes challenges for infrastructure, the cost of infrastructure, and we have to carry debt for us to keep growing. I've questioned our capital program, and you get told by people who are obviously much smarter than I am that we need this and we need this and we need this, or this will happen. And so I have to trust that information. Growth areas, I've hit Sarah up a few times about, do we really need Peacock and Rotakari and Rokura and Rototuna? and I've been told, yes, we do, because, we're growing so fast, so we need the space and we need the development. And I get it. And then I think about community. Oh, poor community, we came into this term, or I came into this term and I said, I'm going to be super prepared when it comes to LTP. We're going to have all our homework is done, and these are the capital projects that we're going to spend on. We set up working groups. We looked at aquatics provision. We looked at artificial turf, our playgrounds, our indoor rec. We spent hours doing that preparatory work. And thank you, Helen and team, all the unit directors. We've all worked really, really hard. But when it got down to it, we just simply did not have the money. And that's heartbreaking. But I know that what we've come to now is the best that I could have done. And so I'm comfortable to accept the plan. As I said, it's not perfect, but it is what it is.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to debate? Is that it? Sorry. Yeah, right of reply. Look, I just want to start off by saying, to remind some colleagues that we've all made decisions together by majority, which means you do need at least 7 or 8 votes around the table most of the time to get anything done. We've made decisions together, and we've got to take some collective responsibility for past sins, but also past achievements. I want to leave a legacy I can be proud of. I'm setting aside political ambition at this time, not everyone is, to do what I believe is right now. I have lived and breathed and struggled. I've struggled with this for over a year, and I've pressed on staff. And I've led a position for us to start from for our debates. Before we started, I'd moved $136 million out of the budget, plus $100 million in the first 3 years, and another $100 million out of the next 10. We've found an additional $136 million worth of capital savings. We reduced 40% of budget and a bit more, and additional staff cuts. The Chief Executive clearly said to me, and said to us in this chamber, that the extra staff cuts that everyone else is leaning on to make the difference here would have had hugely detrimental impact on our ability to serve the community. He said that. I respect the Chief Executive's view. I value and I respect our staff. Yes, there have been stories from businesses who are struggling and individuals who are struggling, and I've listened to that. And that is why I'm proposing the most affordable rates increase that I can come up with at this point in time. Because Louise, you're right. It's not ideal. If I had some magic fix, I'd have used it, but I don't. People have also said, however, that they don't want us to cut services. And many people in the submission said, we want you to keep our city thriving and in good order. They wanted the city to do well. So it was about striking balance between doing what's right for the city going forward and setting an affordable rate in this really hard time. I'm proud of some of the decisions we've made together, We've helped our development community out off the back of their submissions. We've lent into supporting the CBD, including the free parking extension that Angela and I led. We've compromised. We've listened to our submitters on both sides of the debate. I've listened to individuals, businesses, my colleagues and staff. This was a budget based on core responsibilities. I've done my very best in what's an extraordinarily hard financial time. As I've said, I won't go away and skip down the road with joy in my step because of this, but I am satisfied that the efforts that we have made collectively strike the right balance for our community, and I'm proud of what we've achieved. Thank you, staff. Thank you for the many, many, many hours of work you've put into it, including many, many, many workshops that not everybody chose to attend. That's their choice. But I was at 95% of them, and I worked hard to identify what we could find alongside my colleagues. So thank you for those who've come to me with suggestions and improvements and questions, Kesh, questioned me and enabled me to look again and look again. And I did look again. We all looked again. So I'm very proud of Council. I'm happy, I'm content with where we've landed as being the right balance at this time. I'm grateful to staff. I want to thank you, Lance, for the honest and frank relationship we've had. And I've had some pretty uncomfortable conversations with staff, I can tell you, when I've pressed on them for more and more and more. And I've struggled with those. But here we are. It's time to let it go. It's time for us colleagues to have said our piece, let it go, move on with the next set of challenges that we will all face, which is about Three Waters, which is about future financial sustainability that everyone has touched on today. So with great thanks, I'll finish my debate there and we'll go to the vote.
The motion is carried, 8-4, 6 against.
Thank you, everyone. Be free. Are we
Mayor Paula, can I just close by just quickly thanking you, the elected members, for everything over the past, I think it's 7 or 8 months actually. It's been a bit of a journey. I said the other day at the start that, this was my 10th 10-year plan and it has been the most challenging, I think, and that's been echoed in the chamber today. So I just wanted to thank you for your perseverance in what's been a really difficult situation, and I think it's healthy for people to have different views, and I think there's been some really robust debate. And I know not everyone agreed on everything, far from it, but I think it shows that you all care for the city's interests going forward. So I just want to say a huge thank you to that. And the way that you've engaged with the staff over that 7 months, I think, even though you've sent through a lot of queries and things like that, I think there's been some really good discussion, and working with the senior leadership team and other staff has been very helpful for us to try and find some solutions to some pretty difficult situations and scenarios. I just wanted to also say a huge thank you to my general managers and our unit managers, the exec team. I think we've all pulled together through this and worked really hard to provide quality information to the elected members. Tracy, to you and the finance team, outstanding as usual, and Candice and Sarah sitting there modelling in the background, and there's also a whole bunch of other group accountants who are in the background that have worked with elected members, chairs of committees and general managers and staff. So there's quite a few people involved putting all the numbers together, and it's not easy at times, and trying to get things together very quickly. James, a new role for you, mate, and I said to James the other day, when I was getting emails at 4 o'clock in the morning, I said, what the hell is going on? And I said, did you pull an all-nighter? And he said, yes. And then he got up and watched his beloved England play a football match. And then he came to work and we made him have a shower in between. And then he said to me secretly, he said, I like all-nighters. So, but you're not allowed to anymore after this. But well done to you, to Kim and Sarah and the LTP team. Dan and Nicole and Comms, I want to say a huge thank you to you, and Tegan and Piper have done a lot of the analysis in the background from the Nielsen survey and a lot of the submissions that have come in. Amy and the governance team, Kieran and James and Corey and others who have kept us safe, who have kept us well informed, have run a very good process and been able to answer questions on the hop. Really appreciate that. And Amy, your baking is outstanding, so very much appreciate that. And Lou. I wanted to thank the mayoral office team who, great communications. Natasha, thanks for being the liaison between Mayor Paula and ELT and also the other elected members. It's not an easy role. If you're as old as me, you remember a guy called Henry Kissinger. You're sort of the Henry Kissinger of the building, so well done. Yeah, I know. He did live to a ripe old age, I'd have to say. And I also want to thank staff across the organisation for all the work they've done and also their patience, perseverance. There have been a lot of staff actually listening into this because of their concern around things that you've discussed over the past few days. I was going to thank Stephen from the Waikato Times for his perseverance through this journey as well. He's actually taken off, and I was actually going to give this to him for his workmate. It's a Mandarin to give to Ben Bathgate, but I'll catch up with him later on around that. So, but it's good, I think, that we've had our local media actually covered our 10-year plan on the journey as well, quite comprehensively, to be honest. And I think they've outlined a lot of the issues and opportunities that we've got in a really good way. So I think that's very healthy as well for our city. So I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone. And the Councillor Mungai ELT catch-up tomorrow is cancelled.
Yeah, can we please put our hands together in a show of appreciation for all our staff through this process? Thank you, everyone.
finish with our karakia.
Karakia to finish. Tēnei te whakaere.
Tēnei te whakawātia, haumi ei, hui ei, tāhiki ei.
Thank you.